Chapter 3368. Lin Feng had already lost count of how many times he had heard about the terrifying existence known as the man-eating demon. However, this was his first time seeing one. Of course, the man-eating demon he saw today could not be considered a true man-eating demon. This was because the man-eating demon's body had already been completely destroyed. This man-eating demon's origin energy is still here. With such a powerful origin energy, it seems to be at least an emperor-level expert. The man-eating demon's origin energy is different from the rest. It will be extremely useful to you. The demon lord could not help but say, the man-eating demon's origin energy is different from the rest. Lin Feng revealed an extremely astonished expression. Lin Feng then asked, "What's the difference between the man-eating demon's origin energy and the origin energy of other living beings?" The demon lord said, "You will know once you collect the origin energy." Lin Feng nodded and then collected the man-eating demon's origin energy. Something that shocked Lin Feng happened next. The man-eating demon's origin energy. It actually condensed together. It transformed into a fruit. This is... Lin Feng looked at the fruit in shock. The man-eating fruit. It's a special fruit that only the man-eating demon's origin energy can condense into, the demon lord said. What's so special about this fruit? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Special. Very special. The man-eating fruit is known as the Emperor Law fruit. The demon lord said. Emperor Law fruit. This was yet another new term. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. What's the use of the Emperor Law fruit? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The demon lord said. The meaning of Emperor Law is very easy to understand. It's the meaning of Emperor Law. After cultivating to the Emperor realm, a cultivator's life form will undergo a complete transformation. At that time, the body will produce Emperor Law. Emperor Law is very special. It contains incomparably terrifying power. Moreover, it is surrounded by countless runes. Thus, it is extremely powerful. The number of Emperor Laws will often affect a cultivator's combat power. Under normal circumstances, only after a boundary Emperor cultivator breaks through to the Great Emperor realm will they condense an Emperor Law. However, if a cultivator consumes the divine fruit, they will be able to refine the Emperor Laws within the divine fruit. As such, even before becoming a great monarch, one would have already mastered the great monarch laws. Once you break through to the martial monarch realm, you can imagine how terrifying your battle strength will be. If a cultivator has enough Emperor Laws in their body, they might be able to challenge sovereigns, saint emperors, and even sovereign lords. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. He suddenly thought of the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was so powerful. It had only been a few years since she became a great emperor. She could even compete with great emperors. The reason was not only because the Red World Fairy had cultivated 3,000 great Daos. I'm afraid there was an even more shocking reason, and that was the Red World Fairy had refined an Emperor Law. Of course, there are many factors that affect a cultivator's battle strength. An Emperor Law is only one of them, the demon lord said. But there is no doubt, if you can refine an Emperor Law, then your battle strength will greatly increase. This unlucky guy who was killed was an imperial emperor when he was alive. In other words, his Emperor Law should be at the imperial emperor realm. The Emperor Law of a cultivator at this level must be very terrifying. Right now, your cultivation is able to contend against an immortal Emperor realm cultivator. This is almost the limit you can reach. Even though there is only a thin line between an immortal emperor and an imperial emperor realm cultivator. But it is also the difference between heaven and earth. If you can refine an Imperial Emperor Realm Emperor law, then you will complete your transformation and be able to grasp the power that only an Imperial Emperor Realm cultivator can grasp. At that time, with your methods, it shouldn't be difficult for you to contend against some early-stage Imperial Emperors. Lin Feng's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Before entering the Emperor realm, he could contend against an Imperial Emperor. It was like listening to a fairy tale. But this was true. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. This was truly a great opportunity. How many Emperor laws can a cultivator produce in their body at each stage? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon lord said, "This varies from person to person. Different individuals will produce different Emperor laws in their body. Generally speaking, a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can only condense one Emperor law. A cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 3 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 9 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 4th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 27 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 81 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 6th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 243 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 7th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 729 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 2,187 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 9th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 6,561 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 10th heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can condense 19,683 Emperor laws. These are the Emperor laws condensed by cultivators at the God Emperor realm. If one breaks through to the immortal Emperor realm, the Emperor laws in one's body will completely transform and fuse together. After these Emperor laws fuse together, they will form the immortal Emperor laws. The division of Emperor laws between cultivators at the immortal Emperor realm is the same as the division of Emperor laws between cultivators at the God Emperor realm. However, the number of Emperor laws between different cultivators may be the same. However, because these cultivators have different accumulations, the power of the Emperor laws is different. The power of one Emperor law condensed by some monstrous cultivators may be even more terrifying than the power of tens of thousands of other Emperor laws. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head. He was very clear about this point. Just like the magic power in Lin Feng's body, it might be even stronger than all the magic power in the body of a cultivator at the same level. The demon lord continued, "What I just said is only for ordinary cultivators. Those monstrous cultivators may have some other changes in the Emperor laws in their bodies due to various opportunities. Before breaking through to the great Emperor realm, refining Emperor laws is very useful for raising one's cultivation level. Do you know why?" The demon lord suddenly asked. Lin Feng shook his head. The demon lord continued, "For example, if you refine one Emperor law now, when you break through to the great Emperor realm, you will actually have 2 Emperor laws in your body. When you break through to the great Emperor realm, the Emperor law you obtained from someone else will gradually be assimilated and eventually become one of the Emperor laws in your body. When you break through from the first sky of the Divine Emperor realm to the second sky of the Divine Emperor realm, your body will have 6 Emperor laws instead of 3. When you break through from the second sky of the Divine Emperor realm to the third sky of the Divine Emperor realm, your body will have 18 Emperor laws instead of 9. In other words, these Emperor laws will increase exponentially as your cultivation level increases. Therefore, before you break through to the great Emperor realm, the more Emperor laws you refine, the better. This will have an unimaginable effect on your future. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The emperor laws he refined from others could actually split into more emperor laws as his cultivation level increased. This was too heaven-defying. Chapter 3369. An imperial lord-level emperor law. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, the more the better. This depends on the imperial lord-level emperor realm of the heaven-eating god demon that was killed. The higher the realm, the more imperial lord-level great emperor laws it contains after death. The demon lord said, "Then I'll refine this divine eating fruit and see how many emperor laws there are." Lin Feng smiled. He returned to the cabin. He carefully observed this divine eating fruit. Lin Feng immediately discovered this divine eating fruit was actually emitting a series of thumping sounds. It was like the sound of a heart beating. The divine eating fruit was extremely extraordinary. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art. He began to refine the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit under the refinement of the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art. A shocking scene appeared. The medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was gradually refined into the purest energy. Lin Feng began to devour the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. As the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was gradually devoured by Lin Feng's magic power began to increase. His magic power became stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. As his magic power continued to increase, Lin Feng's combat strength also continued to increase. After all the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was refined, Lin Feng immediately discovered an emperor law floating in front of him. There's only one emperor law. It seems that the heaven-eating god demon that was killed was an early-stage imperial emperor. The demon lord said, the early-stage imperial emperor usually referred to the first, second, and third stages of the imperial emperor realm. An emperor law was extraordinary. However, the emperor law condensed from the divine eating fruit was only a part of the emperor law in the heaven-eating god demon's body. For example, if a heaven-eating god demon at the third stage of the imperial emperor realm had 9 emperor laws, after he died, the heaven-eating god demon turned into a divine eating fruit. Theoretically speaking, the divine eating fruit could condense 9 emperor laws at most. But in reality, that was not the case. The emperor law condensed from the divine eating fruit was far less than the one this heaven-eating god demon had. It was just as the demon lord had guessed. This culinary god fiend was indeed an early-stage imperial emperor when he was alive. To be precise, he was only at the second firmament of the imperial lord realm. This culinary god might have been extremely powerful when he was imprisoned in the god-forbidden realm. But after a long time, his cultivation base, he had already fallen down. Before he was killed, he had just broken through the shackles of the imperial emperor realm. Then, he took the opportunity to climb up another step. In the end, his cultivation stopped at the second heaven of the imperial emperor realm. However, as soon as he broke through, the ancient starry sky ship, Xianyuan, rammed him to death. He was really unlucky. Lin Feng began to refine this imperial lord-level emperor law. Suddenly, the emperor law vibrated with a terrifying ripple, and the terrifying ripple slammed into Lin Feng. Emperors were terrifying. He was unwilling to be refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was injured by the terrifying power of this emperor law. His face was extremely pale. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "You're dead. An ownerless object still dares to struggle? You're overestimating yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, powerful dermic powers surged into the emperor's law, suppressing it. The emperor law struggled more and more. But after all, it was just a law. It didn't have its own consciousness. The struggle from before was just an instinctive reaction. Therefore, it was impossible for this Emperor Law to completely resist Lin Feng's refinement. In the end, this Emperor Law was suppressed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng began to refine this Emperor Law with all his might. Refining an Emperor Law was not an easy task, especially when the one Lin Feng was refining was from an Imperial Lord-level expert. It was even more difficult to refine such a powerful Emperor Law. Lin Feng tried many times before he gradually formed a special connection with the Emperor Law. With this mysterious special connection, the Emperor Law no longer resisted Lin Feng's refinement. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. The Emperor Law no longer resisted his refinement. This was the first step in refining the Emperor Law, a journey of 1,000 miles. It began with a single step. The first step. It was the beginning of success. Time passed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, this Emperor Law was refined by Lin Feng. A terrifying strength emerged from Lin Feng's body, which made the earth and sky lose color. That power, it was simply too terrifying. That power came from the terrifying power contained in the Emperor Law. That was the power of an Imperial Lord-level gluttonous god demon. One had to know that the gluttonous god demon was an extremely terrifying creature. His combat strength far surpassed cultivators of the same level. The gluttonous god demon could even easily challenge those of a higher level. From this, one could see how powerful the gluttonous god demon was. Such a tyrannical existence. His Emperor Law, it also far surpassed the Emperor Law of the same level. Perhaps a single Emperor Law of the gluttonous god demon was stronger than a few or even dozens of Emperor Laws of the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. This was just like how Lin Feng would break through the Emperor Law in the future. After condensing the Emperor Law, his Emperor Law would be many times stronger than the Emperor Law of the same level. Ha 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 ha, I've finally refined this Emperor Law. I can feel an unimaginable power brewing in my body. That power should be the power of an Imperial Lord-level Emperor Law, right? In the past, I could at most fight against peak immortal emperors. I couldn't fight against Imperial Lord-level experts. Now that I've refined this Emperor Law, I can finally challenge Imperial Lord-level experts. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, excitedly. The Demon Lord said, the gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law is very violent. That's why you spent so much time refining the gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law. If it were any other cultivator, their body wouldn't be able to withstand the violent power of the Emperor Law. In the end, their body would self-destruct. The requirements for refining the gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law are too strict. But for you, this isn't too serious. Now that so many gluttonous god demons have appeared in the starry sky world, to others, these gluttonous god demons are as terrifying as the death god that walked out of hell. But for you, these gluttonous god demons are the greatest opportunity to increase your cultivation. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's heart immediately palpitated. The Demon Lord's words were simply too true. Every time he refined a gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law, his battle strength would greatly increase. The gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law would naturally be refined as soon as possible, because refining a gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law, his accumulations would be even more powerful. Before breaking through to the Imperial Lord level, the more powerful his accumulations were, the more his battle strength would increase after breaking through. His potential would also be greater. Since that's the case, I'll look for gluttonous god demons in the starry sky world. Then I'll hunt them down and refine their Emperor Laws to increase my cultivation. Lin Feng revealed a smile. The ancient starship Xianyuan quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Chapter 3370. These are the two group accounts of the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Everyone add them. Also, the Archean dragonesque elephant art's side story. For example, the side stories of some characters were posted on Old Steamed Bun's WeChat public account. Search for Wangzai Old Steamed Bun on WeChat public account and click follow. You can see all kinds of side stories. Tonight, we will release the Mysterious Metal Boxes side story. Everyone, add Old Steamed Bun's WeChat public account. Thank you, everyone. I hope that everyone will support the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Everyone had a dozen yuan, but it was the money Old Steamed Bun used to support his family. Chapter 3371. Refining the God-eating Devil Emperor was a way to increase his combat strength. Lin Feng was probably the only one who could do such a crazy thing. However, it was not an easy task to find the ogres in the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng searched for more than 10 days, but did not find any trace of the ogres. On this day, Lin Feng saw a life planet in the distance. He flew towards the life planet. When Lin Feng landed on the life planet, he was shocked to find that the life planet had been destroyed. The life planet in its heyday, people came and went. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Now, it had become a dead land. The cries of malicious spirits could be heard everywhere. During the day, they could even see ghosts roaming about. Even a life-bearing planet has been destroyed. What exactly happened? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that this place was not simple. Lin Feng landed in an ancient city. The ancient city was eerily quiet. There were many stalls on the streets. The doors of the shops were even open, but there was no one. He could only see some wandering malicious spirits. Screech! Those malicious spirits let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Then, the malicious spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, directly pouncing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand. Swish! A light flashed. Suddenly, the ghost raising jar flew out. Huff! 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 A powerful devouring force gushed out from the ghost raising jar. One by one, the malicious ghosts were enveloped by the powerful devouring force. Then, they were directly devoured by the ghost raising jar. Previously, Lin Feng had activated the ghost raising jar to devour tens of thousands of malicious spirits in the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Now, Lin Feng continued to activate the ghost raising jar to devour the malicious spirits on this planet. Lin Feng felt that perhaps it wouldn't take long. He would be able to cultivate the third Ghost Emperor. Soon, the malicious spirits in an ancient city were all devoured by the ghost raising jar. Four Seasons Restaurant. Lin Feng stopped in front of a restaurant. Four Seasons Restaurant. That was the name of the restaurant. When Lin Feng arrived at the Four Seasons Restaurant's kitchen, he found that the charcoal under the kitchen stove was still warm. It hasn't been extinguished for a long time. It seems that the calamity on this planet happened in the past few days. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Although the scale of this planet was not particularly large, it would not be a problem for hundreds of millions or even billions of people to live here. Now, on such a planet, all of the creatures had disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues behind. It was just too strange. This filled Lin Feng's heart with doubts and puzzlement. What exactly happened? Lin Feng entered the depths of the ancient city. In the depths, there was a huge palace. This palace was called Floating Palace. Lin Feng guessed. The owner of this palace should be the owner of this planet. Lin Feng entered the Floating Palace. There were many palaces. Lin Feng passed through one palace after another. Finally, he passed through 18 palaces. In the depths of the 18 palaces, there was another palace. The door of this palace was a stone door. The stone door on the left had a drawing of a giant dragon. The stone door on the right had a drawing of a white tiger. The two drawings were vivid and lifelike. Whether it was the giant dragon or the white tiger, they seemed to want to rush out of the murals. These two drawings, it was really shocking. Lin Feng tried to push open the stone door. However, the stone door was thick and heavy. He actually couldn't push it open. The legendary dragon tiger stone. The demon lord said, "Dragon tiger stone? What kind of stone is this?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Before this, he had never heard of this stone. The demon lord said, "Rumor has it that the dragon tiger stone is one of the most mysterious ancient stones. There is a rumor that the place where the dragon tiger stone was born is also the place where the heaven-shaking stone steel was born." Oh, there is such a rumor? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The demon lord said, "Whether the rumor is true or not is still unclear for the time being. However, the dragon tiger stone is indeed an amazing treasure." "What can this thing be used for?" Lin Feng asked. "Naturally, it can be used to forge treasures. The effect is the best. It can be used for both offense and defense, and its power is great." The demon lord said, "Forge treasures? Since it can forge treasures, why didn't the owner of this floating palace use the dragon tiger stone to forge powerful treasures for his own use?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The demon lord said, "I think it's not that the cultivator is unwilling to forge the dragon tiger stone into treasures, but that he doesn't have the ability." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng continued to ask. The demon lord said, "The dragon tiger stone is too hard. Ordinary people can't smelt the dragon tiger stone at all, let alone forge treasures with it. If you want to smelt the dragon tiger stone, you either need to have an extremely powerful cultivation or borrow some external power. For example, borrow the power of heavenly fire. However, heavenly fire is too rare. Borrowing the power of heavenly fire is unrealistic for countless cultivators. So that's how it is." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The owner of the floating palace had only occupied such a small planet to cultivate. Obviously, this person's cultivation wasn't very high. Even if he was a great emperor, Lin Feng guessed, the owner was probably a beginner great emperor. Therefore, he couldn't forge the dragon tiger stone into his own treasures. Look carefully at the two pictures. You'll see that the dragon and white tiger images weren't drawn on, but appeared on their own. The demon lord continued. Hearing that, Lin Feng moved closer and looked carefully. He found that it was exactly as the demon lord had said. The images of the giant dragon and the white tiger were not drawn on the wall. Instead, they were the images of immortal stones. The two pictures were formed by the dragon tiger stone itself. It was too magical. You've now forged the primal chaos ancient lamp. But have you ever thought of forging another life origin magic treasure? The demon lord suddenly asked, "Forge another life origin magic treasure." Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. What was going on? He remembered. A cultivator's life. He could only forge one life origin magic treasure. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, can a cultivator only forge one life origin magic treasure? The demon lord said, "That's not right. To be precise, a cultivator can forge a few life origin magic treasures, depending on how many primordial spirits they have, because a cultivator's primordial spirit and life origin magic treasure are connected. You have one main primordial spirit and 3 auxiliary primordial spirits. In other words, in theory, you can forge 4 life origin magic treasures at most." Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then he revealed a look of joy. He could actually forge 4 life origin magic treasures. This was too shocking. Chapter 3372. The Demon Lord's words made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. 1 main primordial spirit, 3 main primordial spirits. A total of 4 primordial spirits could be forged into 4 life source magic treasure. The life source magic treasure was too important to cultivators. The more one reached the later stages of cultivation, the role of the life source magic treasure became more and more obvious. Of course, the prerequisite was that the level of the life source magic treasure he forged was strong enough. It was not an easy task to forge the life source magic treasure into an invincible treasure. The requirements for the materials were too high. For example, the primal chaos ancient lamp that Lin Feng forged was forged with the primal chaos ancestral qi as the main material. After that, it was fused with the dark yellow ancestral qi and other treasures. Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp was so powerful, and now that it had broken through to the Emperor weapon, he believed that it would definitely break through to the immortal weapon in the future. The magic treasure that could truly help cultivators was a magic treasure like the primal chaos ancient lamp. Of course, it was too difficult to forge a magic treasure like the primal chaos ancient lamp. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find. However, a material like the dragon tiger stone was a rare refining material. This stone material came from the same place as the stone material that created the heaven-shaking stone tablet, although it couldn't compare to the stone material that created the heaven-shaking stone tablet. But it was heaven-defying enough. One could imagine, once this material was forged into a life source magic treasure, perhaps this treasure could also be upgraded to the immortal weapon level in the future. A magic treasure forged from a material like the dragon tiger stone might not be comparable to the primal chaos ancient lamp in the future, but it wasn't far off. Following that, Lin Feng thought about how to remove the dragon tiger stone. This stone door was divided into 2 doors, left and right. Now that the 2 doors were combined, it was extremely difficult to open them. After Lin Feng studied for a while, he still couldn't figure out a way to open the stone door. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the diagram of the giant dragon and white tiger. The diagram of the giant dragon and white tiger, they echoed from afar. Was there some kind of special connection between them? Lin Feng didn't want to think about it. He was an extremely observant person. In addition, he had an extremely profound understanding of formations. Therefore, he could often find some clues. This time, Lin Feng discovered that the key to opening the stone door was the dragon and tiger diagram. It was a rune that formed the image of a dragon and a tiger. They were connected together, mysterious and unfathomable. Taking a closer look, one could see that the runes were on 2 different stone doors, but the runes were different. However, there was a special connection between them. Let me draw a rune to connect the runes on the 2 stone doors. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He tried to draw a rune on the 2 stone doors. As for this rune, it connected the 2 doors together. To be precise, it should have connected the giant dragon and the white tiger together. Roar! The giant dragon let out a long roar. Roar! The white tiger's roar resounded throughout the world. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Finally, something shocking happened. The huge dragon and the white tiger rushed out of the stone door. After circling around Lin Feng smiled. He returned to the stone door again. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw what had just happened. He was astonished. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The world was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. This sentence was indeed incomparably correct. What Lin Feng saw fully confirmed the correctness of that sentence. After the huge dragon and the white tiger flew back to the stone door, they retracted and entered the interior of the stone door. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression and could not help but mutter to himself, "Can I open the stone door now?" He stepped forward. He attacked again. He tried to open the stone door. Rumble! Rumble! This time, the stone door made a violent grinding sound. Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression, because the stone door was really shaken by him. It seemed that the stone door was about to be opened. Crack! Crack! The stone door violently rubbed against the ground. Finally, the stone door was gradually pushed open by Lin Feng. However, the stone door had just been pushed open by Lin Feng by a gap of more than a meter. At this moment, a black shadow rushed out. The speed of the black shadow was so fast that it made one speechless. The black shadow stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Lin Feng's chest. That terrifying claw lightly scratched. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. There was actually a living creature behind the stone door. He could not help but be shocked. The other party suddenly launched a sneak attack. It was too late to react to this attack. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Lin Feng dodged the claws of the black silhouette again and again. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. The black shadow could not help but let out an angry roar when its attack missed. Gluttonous godfiend! When Lin Feng saw the existence that attacked, his eyes suddenly lit up. That black shadow, it was actually a gluttonous godfiend. If one had not seen a gluttonous godfiend before, they naturally would not be able to recognize it. After all, it was pitch black, and one could not tell what it was. However, Lin Feng had eaten the gluttonous godfiend fruit before. Therefore, he recognized the gluttonous godfiend. Lin Feng spent a long time looking for the gluttonous godfiend, but he was unable to find its whereabouts. Today, he actually saw a gluttonous godfiend here. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. In Lin Feng's opinion, the gluttonous godfiend was a peerless opportunity to increase his cultivation. Lowly human cultivator, you were actually able to dodge this lord's attack. This lord is truly astonished. But next time, don't even think about dodging this lord's attack. You will undoubtedly die. As soon as its voice fell, the gluttonous godfiend directly charged at Lin Feng. This gluttonous godfiend was as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws once again swiped at Lin Feng. Moreover, this gluttonous godfiend's body emitted a dark power. The darkness directly enveloped the floating palace. This dark power was very terrifying. If a cultivator was swallowed by the darkness, move, speed, combat power, they would all be greatly suppressed. This point, it was very similar to Lin Feng's magnetic field. Whoosh! Cold light flashed. The gluttonous godfiend's sharp claws. It had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. If the gluttonous godfiend's claws were to land on him, his body would be crushed by the gluttonous godfiend's claws. An incomparably contemptuous expression flashed across the gluttonous godfiend's eyes. In the gluttonous godfiend's opinion, this human cultivator in front of him, there was no way he could escape. He would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He threw a punch at the gluttonous godfiend. That terrifying power suddenly erupted. After sensing the power erupting from Lin Feng's body, the gluttonous godfiend's expression changed abruptly. The claws that were originally swiping at Lin Feng changed its attack pattern. It directly slashed at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and the gluttonous godfiend collided. Crack! Crack! Chapter 3373. the gluttonous god demon let out an incomparably shrill scream. He took on Lin Feng's terrifying attack. The gluttonous god demon was heavily injured. You're a human cultivator who hasn't even entered the great emperor realm. How can you be so powerful? The gluttonous god demon looked at Lin Feng in disbelief after being injured. A human expert, the gluttonous god demon had seen him before. However, a monster like this young human in front of him, the gluttonous god demon, had never seen him before. Even some of the princes of the gluttonous god demon imperial family before entering the great emperor realm. It was very difficult for them to have such terrifying fighting strength. However, this human cultivator in front of him had such terrifying fighting strength. The gluttonous god demon couldn't help but be deeply shocked. He was a fourth-stage god emperor, realm gluttonous god demon. Because the gluttonous god demon clan was incomparably powerful. In addition, when he was at his peak in the past, this gluttonous god demon had the fighting strength of a holy emperor, realm gluttonous god demon. Therefore, although his cultivation level had dropped with his race's talent and past experience, it was even possible for him to defeat an immortal emperor realm expert. But now, he had only clashed with a young human cultivator once. He had suffered such serious injuries. The gluttonous god demon couldn't accept it at all. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I only used less than 10% of my fighting strength just now." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the gluttonous god demon's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Lin Feng's words, he naturally didn't believe it. Less than 10% of his fighting strength. How could he be so powerful? Who was he trying to fool? Kid, you're bragging to the heavens. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The gluttonous god demon looked coldly at Lin Feng. He had some extremely powerful techniques. These techniques, they were all trump cards. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't use them normally. But now, the gluttonous god demon knew he had no choice but to use these powerful techniques to deal with this young human cultivator. Although this young human cultivator was good at bragging, however, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Darkness descends. Suddenly, the culinary god fiend let out a deep roar. The next moment, boundless dark power surged out of the gluttonous god fiend's body. At this moment, the dark energy that surged out of his body was very different from the dark energy that had surged out before. The dark power that had gushed out earlier, although it was also extremely terrifying, it was far from being comparable to the power of darkness at this moment. And what surprised Lin Feng was that he realized the culinary god demon had actually disappeared. Lin Feng's divine was constantly searching for the gluttonous god demon. He clearly felt that the gluttonous god demon should be here. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng searched for the gluttonous god demon, he found nothing. The situation was extremely strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon lord said, "The gluttonous god demon has fused with the darkness. He has become a part of the darkness. This is an extremely terrifying technique that the gluttonous god demons possess." After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The gluttonous god demon's techniques were truly terrifying, as expected of a race that could threaten the entire starry sky world. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all, because Lin Feng had a way to deal with the gluttonous god demon's techniques. Triple magnetic field superposition. Lin Feng activated Era Haki, White Tiger Haki, and Supreme Haki at the same time. The triple Haki superposition. It formed a powerful magnetic field. It protected Lin Feng within it, just as the magnetic field was activated. Behind him, there was a muffled sound of collision. The gluttonous god demon, who had turned into darkness, attacked Lin Feng. However, it was blocked by Lin Feng's magnetic field. The timing of Lin Feng's magnetic field was truly impeccable. If it was a little later, he might have been injured by the gluttonous god demon. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Do you think that I can't deal with you just because you're hiding in the darkness?" The gluttonous god demon didn't answer Lin Feng. The gluttonous god demon turned into darkness. He observed from the darkness. He was looking for Lin Feng's weakness. Then, he wanted to launch a sure-kill attack on Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking forward in the darkness. God said, "Let there be light." Thus, there was light in this world. I am the embodiment of the great Tao of light. I am the messenger that dispels the darkness. Great light, dispel the darkness. Let this world return to the world of light. A series of low and deep voices suddenly rang out. Next, Lin Feng raised his right hand. Suddenly, his right hand changed. His right hand became dazzling and resplendent. It was so bright. The light was so dazzling. Lin Feng used the great light. This was one of the 3,000 great Daos. It was also one of the 1,033 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated. This great light was capable of dispelling all darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng had used it. The surrounding darkness, it was gradually being dispelled. The gluttonous god demon's hoarse voice could be heard. There was a hint of fear in his voice. Lin Feng's great light completely countered his descent of darkness. A streak of black light rushed out under the cover of the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the darkness had not been completely dispelled to escape. However, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the situation outside. It wanted to escape under Lin Feng's nose. It was simply daydreaming. Lin Feng sneered, "Gluttonous god demon, you won't be able to escape. I want to kill you and refine your emperor laws. How can I let you escape so easily?" As soon as he finished speaking, endless qi condensed and shot toward the fleeing streak of black light. Bang! A muffled sound of impact was heard. The streak of black light collided with Lin Feng's endless qi. The streak of black light was beaten back to its original form. "Ah, who are you?" The gluttonous god demon roared in fear. Lin Feng's strength made him feel a deep sense of despair. "I'm the one who will kill you," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Our gluttonous god demon clan has an emperor-level expert. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending. Why don't we both take a step back?" The gluttonous god demon shouted. "So, what if you're an emperor-level expert? Perhaps it won't be long before an emperor-level expert dies in my hands." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged forward. He directly used the supreme reincarnation fist to attack the gluttonous god demon. 3 consecutive punches were thrown. Bang! Chapter 3374. Refine. After killing the gluttonous god demon, Lin Feng opened his hand and began refining the final blood mist left behind by the gluttonous god demon. The bloody mist left behind by the gluttonous god demon turned into a gluttonous divine fruit. Now, no matter what level of emperor law it was, Lin Feng did not reject it, even if it was a first heaven god emperor's emperor law. Even if it was an emperor law, it would still be extremely useful to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng collected the gluttonous god fruit, he did not immediately refine it. This place was not the place to refine the gluttonous god fruit. He opened the 2 stone doors completely and carefully studied them. He found that the 2 stone doors were embedded into the palace and could be easily removed. Pung, pung, pung. Lin Feng punched out 3 times in a row. The left stone door moved. It left the range of the door frame. After Lin Feng removed it, he kept it in his mountain river ring. Following that, pung pung pung, Lin Feng punched out 3 more times. The right stone door moved. Lin Feng did the same and removed the right stone door. Both stone doors were removed by Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng entered the deepest part of the palace. There were large amounts of treasures here. For example, immortal stones of various quality were piled up like mountains. Apart from that, there were many refining materials, immortal iron, godstones, natural treasures, etc. This palace should be a treasure trove built by the floating palace's owner. Lin Feng naturally did not hold back. He kept all the treasures in his mountain river ring. Following that, Lin Feng returned to the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship soared into the sky. It flew towards outer space. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Wung, wung. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that 2 things in the mountain river ring were emitting intense fluctuations. Lin Feng used his spiritual will to investigate. When he saw the item emitting the fluctuations, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. The 2 treasures emitting the fluctuations were actually the 2 fire demon talismans that Lin Feng obtained before. Fire demon talisman, one of the 72 martial talismans. Martial talismans were very special. It had a huge impact on cultivators. This was because martial talismans could allow a cultivator's martial soul to evolve. Lin Feng's martial soul had already undergone 2 evolutions. Therefore, his martial spirit had increased from 1 devouring martial spirit to 5. If he could find a new talisman at that time, he would still be able to borrow a new talisman. Once again, his martial soul evolved. If Lin Feng's martial soul were to evolve once more, the 5 devouring martial spirits might be able to evolve into 6 or even 7. The devouring martial spirit was extremely important to Lin Feng. For example, Lin Feng's 5 times dragon elephant arm. It was the devouring martial spirit that played a crucial role. If Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had 6 or even 7 martial spirits, in that case, when he displayed the arm of dragon and elephant, it would be even more powerful. At that time, it would no longer be the 5 times dragon elephant arm. Instead, it was 6 times dracophant arms or 7 times dracophant arms. The fire demon talisman is acting strangely. What's going on? Could it be that these 2 fire demon talismans have sensed the location of the 3rd fire demon talisman? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Then, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Martial talismans were too precious. To collect a complete set of martial talismans was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng had always wanted to obtain a complete set of martial talismans. However, this was easier said than done. But now, Lin Feng saw the hope of gathering the fire demon talismans again. Lin Feng carefully observed the fire demon talisman. He wanted to rely on the fire demon talisman's reaction to find the 3rd fire demon talisman. However, at this time, Lin Feng's 2 fire demon talismans no longer emitted any fluctuations. He became ordinary and mediocre. What's going on? Could it be that the reaction to the fire demon talisman has disappeared? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. After a long time, there was still no movement from the 2 fire demon talismans. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, "It seems that they really have lost their connection. It's such a pity. It seems that the time to obtain the 3rd fire demon talisman is not ripe yet." Although the 2 fire demon talismans had lost their connection to the 3rd fire demon talisman. But Lin Feng believed it, since he had already sensed it for the first time. Then, in the future, he would be able to sense it for the 2nd time, or even the 3rd or 4th time. as long as the two fire demon talismans on him could sense the location of the third fire demon talisman from time to time. Lin Feng believed it. It was only a matter of time before he obtained the third fire demon talisman. Lin Feng kept the two fire demon talismans. Then Lin Feng took out the divine eating fruit. Lin Feng began to refine the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. The pure energy contained in the divine eating fruit was steadily increasing Lin Feng's battle prowess. After the pure energy had been completely refined, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Only the Emperor Law of the Divine Lord level was left. What made Lin Feng happy was that there were actually 3 Emperor Law of the Divine Lord level. Every Emperor Law, they were all emitting intense fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. What a pleasant surprise! 3 Emperor Laws. How much would his battle prowess increase? Lin Feng began to refine the 3 Emperor Laws. After the experience of refining the Emperor Law for the first time, at this moment, he refined the Emperor Law again. It was much easier than the first time. Lin Feng only used a mere 10 days of the stone sword to successfully refine all 3 Emperor Laws. After successfully refining the 3 Emperor Laws, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Lin Feng felt that his battle prowess had soared once again. What made Lin Feng extremely happy was that refining the Emperor Law would not make the lightning tribulation light between his eyebrows stronger. It seemed only by cultivating the 3,000 Great Tao would the lightning tribulation light between his eyebrows become stronger, breaking through the Emperor realm and breaking through other realms. It was somewhat different. After refining the 3 Emperor Laws, Lin Feng had already refined 4 Emperor Laws. An Imperial Lord level Emperor Law, 3 Emperor God level Emperor Laws. Lin Feng's battle prowess. He didn't know how many times it had increased. Lin Feng didn't plan to forge the Dragon Tiger Stone into a natal magic treasure for the time being. This was because refining the Dragon Tiger Stone was very difficult. It would take a long time to forge a precious material like the Dragon Tiger Mountain into a natal magic treasure. And Lin Feng was currently traveling in the starry sky. He was searching for traces of the God Eater. He didn't have that much time to refine the Dragon Tiger Stone. After he became an emperor, he would have time. The ancient starship Xianyuan continued to fly quickly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng entered a starry sky world. That starry sky world, the starry sky was endless. Along the way, Lin Feng encountered many cultivators. On this day, a great battle broke out above a planet. 2 beautiful female cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle when he saw one of the female cultivators. Chapter 3375. Which Guan Guan? It turned out to be this woman. Lin Feng met the witch Guan Guan in the battlefield of geniuses. In Lin Feng's impression, Guan Guan was a passionate and bold woman with a hot and charming figure. However, after parting on the battlefield of geniuses, Lin Feng never saw Guan Guan again. Later, he found out that the cultivators of the Saint Devil Palace had all gone to the 9 regions' Great World. However, in the 9 regions' Great World, Lin Feng also couldn't see Guan Guan. After many years, Guan Guan was as beautiful as ever. She was still that peerless demoness who could mesmerize people to death. And the female cultivator who was fighting with Guan Guan was also extremely beautiful. The female cultivator was dressed in white, which made her look very otherworldly. However, she always had a cold expression on her face, as if she didn't want strangers to come close. The cold female cultivator's cultivation was extremely powerful. Of course, Guan Guan's cultivation was also tyrannical enough. The 2 were locked in a fierce battle. The ancient starship Xianyuan stopped in the starry sky world. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked at the witch Guan Guan and said, "Why are the two fairies fighting together? This starry sky world is so dangerous. If the two of you are injured, others may find an opportunity to take advantage of." After hearing this voice, the two women turned their heads. The cold female cultivator couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Lin Feng, although the cultivator in front of her was very young, and his cultivation didn't seem to have broken through to the emperor realm, but he still gave her a feeling of extreme danger. The cold female cultivator didn't know why she had such a feeling in the depths of her heart. She always felt that the man in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. When the witch Guan Guan saw Lin Feng, she showed an extremely surprised expression. Then, her lips curled up slightly. Then, she revealed a mesmerizing smile, even after many years. When the witch Guan Guan saw Lin Feng again, she still recognized Lin Feng's identity at a glance. Many years passed. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. "Husband, why aren't you coming to help me deal with this woman?" Demoness Guan Guan said sweetly. Her voice made Lin Feng's bones go soft. Witch Guan Guan's personality was very bold and unrestrained. In the past, she had always called Lin Feng her husband. He even told Lin Feng about it. She, the witch Guan Guan, was destined to be Lin Feng's woman. It was just that when Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of her, the witch had never let Lin Feng succeed. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally felt that the witch should take care of what she said. It was said in a flirting manner. Men could flirt with women. Women could also flirt with men. Being teased by such a high-quality woman like the witch Guan Guan, it was quite an interesting thing. He had teased her too many times. Drywood meets raging fire. Perhaps the two of them might even turn the act into reality. When the cold as ice female cultivator heard the way which Guan Guan addressed Lin Feng, her complexion changed slightly. Lin Feng gave her a strange feeling. He didn't look strong, but he gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, the cold as ice woman didn't want to be besieged by the witch Guan Guan and Lin Feng. She once again slapped the witch Guan Guan with the help of the collision generated during this confrontation. The cold as ice female cultivator quickly retreated. She looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way, and then quickly left. "I wanted to make a move, but that woman has already left." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "That woman left," but the witch Guan Guan didn't seem to take it seriously. She quickly flew towards the ancient starry sky ship Lin Feng was on. Then she landed on the ancient starry sky ship Xian Yuan. Beautiful, truly beautiful, Lin Feng couldn't help but say with a smile. His praise came from the bottom of his heart. One had to know. In the past, Guan Guan was known as the #1 beauty of the demonic path. Her beauty was naturally a beauty that made all flowers pale in comparison. Guan Guan Guan, such a woman. No matter where she went, she would become the focus of everyone's attention. Guan Guan smiled and said, "No matter how beautiful she is, isn't she also your woman?" Lin Feng reached out and hugged Guan Guan's small waist. But Guan Guan was like a butterfly step. She nimbly dodged Lin Feng's hug. "Fairy, didn't you just say that no matter how beautiful she is still my woman? Why are you avoiding your man's embrace now?" Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan with a smile that was not a smile. Guan Guan said, "She is indeed young master's woman, but we have to wait until young master is officially married before we can have some intimate actions." After saying that, Guan Guan even winked at Lin Feng. This woman, she was really a vixen. Every move, she could make people fall head over heels for her. Lin Feng smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He asked, "Back then, I once inquired about you in the Sky Martial Continent and the 9 provinces, but I didn't get any results. What have you been doing all these years? Could it be that you have been cultivating in seclusion?" Guan Guan shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Before the Sky Martial Continent fell into chaos, I had already left the Sky Martial Continent. I only heard about the Sky Martial Continent a few years ago, and even the 9 provinces fell into chaos. But fortunately, the chaos has been quelled." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, to be able to quell the chaos is really not easy." Guan Guan said, "I heard that a few extremely terrifying existences appeared in the 9 provinces, and only then did they quell the chaos I was cultivating in the Xian Domain Star Ocean. And because it was rather far from the 9 provinces' great world, the information I know about that great battle is limited. I wonder if the information I received is true. The information is correct. It was indeed a few experts who appeared and killed the myriad race's 5 ancestors, which quelled the chaos." Lin Feng said. Guan Guan couldn't help but say in shock, "I didn't expect this rumor to be true. The 9 provinces' great world has declined for so many years, but there are still experts who can kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors. It's really inconceivable." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although killing the myriad race's 5 ancestors was an indisputable fact, however, the 9 provinces' great world had to pay a heavy price. For example, Zhang Jiu, the old farmer, and the Patriarch of Destruction would be corroded by the curse. They might even lose themselves completely. In the end, they would become slaves to the curse. They wouldn't know who they were. They would live in pain for all eternity. As for the Mu clan's patriarch, because of that attack, his already short lifespan was greatly reduced. "You don't look too good. Are you all right?" Guan Guan couldn't help but ask. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lin Feng collected his emotions and said with a smile. Then, Chapter 3376. He mentioned that woman. Guan Guan curled his lips and said, "That woman is called Morongbing. I don't know where she came from, but when we were training, we had a conflict over a treasure. That treasure was taken by me, so this woman hates me. I never thought that I would actually see this woman in this world of stars. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. So this woman wants to kill me. It's just that she doesn't have the ability to do so yet." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Guan Guan had been putting herself on a pedestal. This had to do with her unyielding personality. However, with Lin Feng's eyesight, he could still see it. That female cultivator called Morongbing was very scary. She had some hidden techniques that she hadn't used yet. If she used them, Guan Guan shouldn't be a match for that female cultivator. Of course, Guan Guan's cultivation was strong enough. Lin Feng estimated that Guan Guan's cultivation should have reached the Immortal Emperor realm. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He didn't know how Guan Guan cultivated. "What kind of opportunities did you get all these years? How did your cultivation increase so quickly?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Guan Guan said, "Back then, I entered a secret realm left behind by the Time God to cultivate. That's why my cultivation increased." Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Space God, Time God, they were all ancient existences from the era of titled gods. They were many times stronger than ordinary innate life forms. Even immortals were extremely terrifying in front of them. Of course, the Space God and Time God that Lin Feng was talking about were the first generation titled gods. How many generations did the Time God pass down their legacy? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure. However, the secret realm that I entered by chance is very likely left behind by the first-generation time god. One day outside, 1 year in that place. What? A day outside is equivalent to a year in the secret realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He could imagine there must be many opportunities in that secret realm. Moreover, the law of time could create such a huge difference in time. No wonder, in such a short time, Guan's cultivation had actually reached the immortal emperor realm. Guan said, "The secret realm that I entered was actually nothing. It is said that the time god left behind an even more incredible secret realm. 1 day outside is 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years in the secret realm. Unfortunately, I don't know where those secret realms are." Lin Feng said, "This time god is truly heaven-defying. To think that his methods would be so terrifying, it's truly inconceivable." There was a slight pause. Lin Feng continued asking, "Where is the secret zone you were cultivating in?" Such an extraordinary secret realm. Lin Feng naturally wanted to enter and cultivate as well. If he could get in, what a heaven-defying opportunity. Guan said with a wry smile, "That secret realm has already disappeared. Originally, I wanted to continue cultivating in that rice landscape for a few more years, but that secret realm is very special. It seems that there is a specific time limit for cultivation. When the time limit was exceeded, I was sent out. As for where the secret realm went, I don't know." Hearing Guan's words, Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was a pity. Such an extraordinary secret realm. It had actually disappeared. There was no chance to enter and cultivate. It had to be said that it was truly a pity. "Why did you come to this Star Sea world?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "I obtained an ancient starry sky map. This ancient starry sky map recorded the Starry Sky Saint Emperor's training ground in the past." Guan said, "Starry Sky Saint Emperor?" Lin Feng was very surprised. It was actually a Saint Emperor level expert. It seemed that Guan had come to find this Saint Emperor level expert's legacy. "Do you have any clues?" Lin Feng continued asking. Guan said, "The stars in the space-time world are always moving. After so many years, it is very difficult to find, so I haven't been able to find it for the time being. However, it should be in this star sea. This star sea is very vast. There are dozens of star fields. Finding it is not an easy task." Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly as he said. Guan said, "This Starry Sky Saint Emperor's training ground must be found because I heard that this Starry Sky Saint Emperor obtained the legacy of an ancient immortal. Therefore, the Starry Sky Saint Emperor's legacy is very likely to contain the legacy of an ancient immortal." Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The legacy of an ancient immortal. It was naturally extremely heaven-defying. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. "Husband, do you want to help me find it? When the time comes, the two of us will share the legacy." Guan said coquettishly. She revealed a seductive expression. It was really extremely charming. Lin Feng also had the same intention, because if he could really find this Starry Sky Saint Emperor's legacy, then he might be able to obtain quite a few of the 3,000 Great Tao, other magical powers, magic treasures, and so on. Lin Feng might not care, but only the 3,000 Great Tao. He cared about it very much, because the 3,000 Great Tao were too important to him. Before becoming an emperor, Lin Feng needed to constantly collect the 3,000 Great Tao. Naturally, the more the 3,000 Great Tao he refined, the better. This would play an extremely crucial role in Lin Feng's future. No problem. We can search together. At the same time, we can deepen our relationship during this period of time. I have missed you very much all these years." Lin Feng's eyes fiercely glanced at Guan's hot and delicate body, and then said, He, really?" Guan asked with a flirtatious smile. Then she twisted her small waist and walked towards the cabin. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and Guan searched for the location of the Starry Sky Saint Emperor's training ground. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the ancient star map that Guan took out as a medium and used the deduction technique of the innate 8 trigrams to deduce. They searched for about a month. The two of them arrived on a lonely star. This star was surrounded by a large amount of death aura. That kind of death aura was extremely terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of oppression. The two of them entered this death planet. They went deeper and deeper. Finally, they arrived outside a huge mountain range in the center of the death planet. This place really doesn't look like a place with opportunities. Guan couldn't help but frown and say, Lin Feng said, "Whether the Starry Sky Saint Emperor's legacy is here or not, we'll know once we go in and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took the lead and flew towards the mountain range. Finally, they saw a huge cave dwelling in the deepest part of the mountain range. There were 4 words written on the cave dwelling. "Star Cave Sky. Star Cave Sky. We really found it. This is the place where the Starry Sky Saint Emperor cultivated in the past." Guan said in surprise, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." At this moment, Chapter 3377. "Someone is here," Lin Feng said. Guan nodded and could not help but frown slightly. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that someone had followed them. However, both he and Guan did not notice these people following them. From this, it could be seen just how extraordinary were these people's methods. Very soon, a group of people quickly flew over. There were a total of 13 cultivators. They were actually all Great Emperor Realm cultivators. These Great Emperor Realm cultivators were very powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the chi of some cultivators. "Su Aojuan, it's actually you," after seeing one of the cultivators. Guan's expression suddenly changed. The cultivator that Guan called Su Aojuan looked rather young. However, Lin Feng sensed their life aura. He realized that this person's lifespan should be around 1,000,000 years. Of course, although this Su Aojuan had lived for more than 100 years, his lifespan was estimated to be at least 10 to 20 million years. He still had an extremely long lifespan. Guan, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect to meet here." Su Aojuan looked at Guan with a smile that was not a smile. It was as if he was in control of everything. Humph! Guan could not help but snort coldly. Her expression was very ugly as she said coldly, "You obviously followed us here, and you have the nerve to say that we haven't seen each other for a long time? You are really hypocritical." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Aojuan suddenly laughed out loud. He said, "If someone else said this to me, they would have been a dead man. However, it's different for you. Perhaps this is called loving the house, and it's crow." Lin Feng could tell. This cultivator called Su Aojuan should be interested in Guan. But Guan, obviously, she was not interested in this person. "Put away that hypocritical look of yours. Who doesn't know that you, Su Aojuan, have more than 900 concubines, and you often give your women to others? Therefore, when I see someone like you standing in front of me, I feel disgusted," Guan said with a cold smile. Surprisingly, Su Aojuan did not get angry. He smiled and said, "Everyone, what do you think of this woman?" A cultivator said, "There aren't many women who can resist Brother Su's charm." Another cultivator said, "This kind of woman is interesting." She can be taught slowly. She's much more interesting than those female cultivators who are obedient from the start. Ha 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 ha. It seems Brother Yen is also a top expert in teaching women, a cultivator said with a laugh. These people began to talk at the same time, and the topic was very explicit. These cultivators were very powerful. To them, women were just seasonings for their cultivation. They would not give true love. As he spoke, there was also a lot of discrimination towards women. In their eyes, women were just their playthings. Birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flocked together. These 13 people were all the same. No wonder they could gather together. Who are these people? And who is that Su Aojuan? Lin Feng could not help but ask in a low voice. Guan Guan said with an ugly expression, "Among these people, I only know Su Aojuan. He is also from the Xian Domain Star Ocean. He is from the Su clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Xian Domain Star Ocean. His father is a grand elder of the Su clan. This person is already a sovereign emperor expert. Currently, the clan that I am relying on is my mother's clan. However, my mother's clan is much weaker compared to the Su clan. My mother's position in the clan is rather special. Although my mother's clan cannot be compared to the Su clan, it is still not a small matter. This Su Aojuan would not dare to do anything to us. However, these people have followed us here. It seems like we have no fate with this place." Seeing Guan Guan and Lin Feng talking so close to each other, Su Aojuan's expression could not help but sink. He felt that Guan Guan and Lin Feng's relationship should not be ordinary. This Su Aojuan had a very big hobby, and that was to collect beauties. He built a 10,000 immortal palace. Within the 10,000 immortal palace, it was the various beauties that Su Aojuan collected. Some of the beauties were his concubines. Some of the beauties, they were just female slaves that he played with. Ever since Su Aojuan saw Guan Guan, he had been thinking about Guan Guan. However, Guan Guan's mother was very powerful. Su Aojuan did not dare to go overboard. This time, Su Aojuan was heading to the 9 mysterious great world. He also wanted to go to the 9 mysterious great world to try his luck. He wanted to see if he had the chance to obtain the treasure that was passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. However, Su Aojuan did not expect to see Guan Guan. Su Aojuan had some understanding of Guan Guan and knew that Guan Guan had great luck. This time, he came out to walk around. Perhaps it was because he had obtained some special clues and came to look for the opportunity. Hence, Su Aojuan and the others followed him silently. Now, they had really found the opportunity. It was also the place of inheritance of the starry sky Saint Emperor. However, now, Su Aojuan was extremely angry because the Guan Guan that he had been thinking about actually looked so intimate with another man. "Brat, who are you?" Su Aojuan looked at Lin Feng and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Lin Feng looked at Su Aojuan indifferently and asked. This guy actually dared to peek at Guan Guan. He was simply courting death. Lin Feng had already regarded Guan Guan as his exclusive property. Such a top-grade woman. She could only be his. Who was this Su Aojuan? How dare he think about her? When he saw Lin Feng's carefree expression, Su Aojuan's brows could not help but twitch violently. In his eyes, there was also a flash of coldness. A cultivator who had not even broken through to the Emperor realm. He actually dared to act mysterious in front of him. He was simply courting death. A cultivator who has not even entered the Emperor realm actually dares to use such a tone to speak to me. You really overestimate yourself. Should I say that you are stupid, or should I say that you are arrogant? Do you know that your actions are already enough for you to die 10 times? However, I can give Guan Guan face and spare your dog life. However, you have to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. Su Aojuan said in an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng dared to say no. He seemed to be about to unleash a thunderous attack to deal with Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, Brother Su is really talented. You can even think of such an insulting method. I really admire you to the extreme. Suddenly, a cultivator laughed out loud. Su Aojuan and the group all looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Someone loudly berated, "Little brat, didn't you hear what Brother Su said? Brother Su asked you to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Let us see if you can do it well." Chapter 3378. Seeing this group of people humiliating Lin Feng, Guan Guan immediately said angrily, "Su Aojuan, don't go overboard." Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak. However, he was only a peak quasi-emperor after all. Hence, Guan Guan knew that Lin Feng would definitely not be able to fight against these people. Hence, Guan Guan took the initiative to stand up for Lin Feng. So what if it's overboard? In a world where the strong are respected, no matter what the strong do, it's not overboard. Instead, it's the weak who get bullied. They only have themselves to blame. Su Aojuan said indifferently. He did not care about what Guan Guan thought. He was an extremely self-centered person. He would not easily change his mind once he decided on something. "What will it take for you to let Lin Feng go?" Guan Guan asked with an ugly expression. If they were to compete with strength, even if she and Lin Feng joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for Su Aojuan and the rest. Hence, she could only talk about conditions. Seeing Guan Guan so nervous about Lin Feng, Su Aojuan only felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. That ball of fire almost ignited his entire body. That ball of fire, it was the fire of jealousy. Su Aojuan laughed sinisterly and said, "It's not impossible to save this kid, but you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Guan Guan asked. "Accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. Then I'll let this kid go," Su Aojuan said. Hearing that, Guan Guan's expression became extremely ugly. "Why? You don't want to promise me?" Su Aojuan sneered and asked with an aggressive look. Guan Guan bit her lips, just as she was about to speak. At this moment, Lin Feng said indifferently, "You're called Su Aojuan, right? Emperor realm cultivation is not considered weak. However, this does not give you the right to do whatever you want outside. I don't care if you offend others. However, if you dare to offend me, you're courting death. Just now, you wanted me to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times, right? Now, kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. If I'm satisfied, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." When Lin Feng said this, everyone present was stunned, because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. Guan Guan was also dumbfounded. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words. One must know, Su Aojuan was an imperial emperor. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Apart from Su Aojuan, there were 2 imperial emperors among the remaining 12 people. There were 10 other people. They were all at the immortal emperor realm. The combined power of such a group of people was simply unimaginable. However, Lin Feng actually dared to say such words to Su Aojuan. Even Guan Guan wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head and see what Lin Feng was thinking, because after he said those words, it could be said that he had completely fallen out with Su Aojuan. Su Aojuan was such an arrogant and self-righteous person. He definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Good. There's actually someone who dares to say such words to me. He's simply courting death. Su Aojuan's face revealed a cold, murderous intent. He was an imperial emperor, realm expert. In the Starry Sky world, he was also an overlord realm expert. Now, he was being humiliated by a boundary emperor. This anger, how could he swallow it? Now, Su Aojuan only had one thought in his mind, and that was how to torture this reckless brat in front of him. Humiliating you. That's because I have the strength to humiliate you. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then only death awaits you. Lin Feng continued with an unquestionable tone, causing Su Aojuan to kneel on the ground. Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. A boundary emperor realm cultivator. He actually made an imperial emperor realm cultivator kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Moreover, he even shamelessly boasted to this imperial emperor realm cultivator that he had the strength to humiliate an imperial emperor realm cultivator. The cultivators present had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Now, Guan Guan smiled bitterly at the side. He knew what kind of person Su Aojuan was. This person would take revenge for the smallest grievance. To humiliate Su Aojuan like this, Su Aojuan would definitely not let this matter rest. Guan Guan could not help but be very worried about Lin Feng's safety. Brat, later I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me to spare your dog life. Su Aojuan's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was already difficult to suppress. However, Su Aojuan did not want Lin Feng to die too easily. He wanted to ruthlessly torture and humiliate Lin Feng. Enough torture. Only then would he kill Lin Feng. Su Aojuan's body moved. He was about to make a move. At this moment, an immortal Emperor Realm Cultivator said, "To deal with such an ant, there is no need for Brother Su to take action. That would be beneath Brother Su's status. How about I suppress this brat on Brother Su's behalf?" The cultivator who spoke was an extremely thin cultivator. There was a sinister and terrifying aura lingering around his body. He should be an expert of the demonic path. His eyes were extremely sinister and evil. He looked into that pair of eyes. It was enough to make people shudder with fear. This cultivator was called Lian Hualong. He was an expert of the demonic path. He was at the second heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Among all of them, he had the lowest cultivation level. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. The second heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. In any place, he could be considered an expert. It was naturally an easy task for Lian Hualong to deal with Lin Feng. At least, that was how it seemed to everyone. If you want to deal with Lin Feng, you have to get through me first, Guan Guan said coldly. She wanted to protect Lin Feng. At the same time, Guan Guan transmitted her voice to Lin Feng. "I will try my best to delay these people. You should run quickly. They won't dare to do anything to me. You don't have to worry about me." At this moment, Lin Feng naturally could not leave Guan Guan alone here. This was not something a man should do. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's just a bunch of nobodies. It's a piece of cake. A bunch of mediocre characters." This time, the 13 experts on Su Aojuan's side all looked gloomy, because this time Lin Feng had directly humiliated the 13 of them. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's see how you die later. Many cultivators on Su Aojuan's side looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. "I only need one punch to beat you half to death." Lian Hualong stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Next, Chapter 3379. Be careful. Guan Guan could not help but exclaim. Lian Hualong was a cultivator of the second celestial emperor layer, while Lin Feng only had the strength of the top of the Diqi layer. The gap between them was huge. As such, Guan Guan was extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be in trouble. As for Su Aojuan and the rest, they looked at Lin Feng coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. A second heaven, immortal emperor against a peak quasi-emperor. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. As such, they felt that under Lien Hualong's attack, Lin Feng might not even have the strength to resist. Lien Hualong's terrifying attack was about to collide with Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped towards Lien Hualong. Seeing that Lin Feng actually chose to fight Lien Hualong head-on, the corners of Su Aojuan and the others' mouths curled up into a mocking smile. They all thought that Lin Feng was overestimating his own abilities. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Fist and palm collided. Lin Feng and Lien Hualong collided. The scene that everyone imagined of Lin Feng being beaten half to death by Lien Hualong did not happen. Instead, Lien Hualong looked as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew out. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. Lien Hualong's arm that collided with Lin Feng broke. Even his bones were exposed. White bones. It was extremely miserable. Ah, my arm! Lien Hualong could not help but scream. How is this possible? A series of exclamations could not help but resound in the air. Su Aojuan and the rest looked extremely gloomy. Lien Hualong was an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. He collided with Lin Feng, a quasi-Emperor Realm cultivator. It was a completely one-sided collision. Lin Feng was completely fine. Instead, Lien Hualong was severely injured by Lin Feng. His arm was broken. It was truly inconceivable. Guan Guan also looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. Guan Guan could naturally sense Lin Feng's cultivation. Of course, Guan Guan also knew that Lin Feng was extraordinary. However, in Guan Guan's opinion, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, even if he could fight against an Emperor Realm cultivator who was a whole realm higher than him, he was still too weak. In terms of Lin Feng's realm, it was already not easy to fight against a god Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, anyone who hadn't reached the Great Emperor Realm was just an ant. For a cultivator who had yet to enter the Great Emperor Realm to be able to fight against a god Emperor Realm cultivator was already a legend. It was shocking enough. Against immortal Emperor Realm experts, it should be very difficult. However, everything that was happening before his eyes was completely out of Guan Guan's expectations. Lin Feng was already so strong that a casual strike could heavily injure a second-layer immortal emperor. Was Lin Feng really just a quasi-emperor? Guan Guan even thought that Lin Feng had used a method to hide his cultivation. He had purposely concealed his cultivation level and only displayed the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor to the world. In fact, he wanted to confuse others. It was no wonder that Guan Guan would think that way. If it was anyone else, seeing how terrifying Lin Feng was, they would probably think that way. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and directly slashed out a ray of sword chi. Buzz. That ray of sword chi shook violently. Next, that ray of sword chi slashed towards Lien Hualong, who was sent flying. Brat, you are courting death. When Su Aojuan and the others saw this scene, they could not help but be furious. Lin Feng actually wanted to kill in front of them. Was he not putting them in his eyes at all? The eyes of the cultivators flashed with dense killing intent. They wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, his angry shout could not stop Lin Feng's attack. That terrifying sword chi instantly tore through the void and slashed in front of Lien Hualong. Lien Hualong was shocked and wanted to use his divine ability to block Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late. There was a poochie sound. Along with that tearing sound, Lien Hualong's body was torn into two. Lien Hualong died, tragically on the spot. Lin Feng waved his hand, and Lien Hualong's body exploded, leaving behind the purest source, which Lin Feng kept. Now, Lin Feng had not broken through to the Emperor realm. An immortal Emperor-level origin source was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. During this period of time, Lin Feng had obtained a lot of great Emperor source, and these great Emperor source were all kept by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had not refined these great Emperor source. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to refine these great Emperor source when he broke through to the Emperor realm. In this way, the probability of breaking through would be higher. Brat, you deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. Su Aojuan's voice was extremely cold and filled with cold killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, "A piece of trash like you dares to say such words to me?" Everyone had already seen Lin Feng's arrogance. However, everyone realized, as it turned out, Lin Feng's arrogance was only the tip of the iceberg. Even when facing an emperor-level expert like Su Aojuan, Lin Feng still acted so high and mighty. This made Su Aojuan and the others gnash their teeth in hatred. Does this guy really have the strength to deal with Su Aojuan? Guan Guan could not help but mutter in her heart. Guan Guan had some understanding of Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was not the kind of person who did not know what was important. But now, Lin Feng was so arrogant and arrogant. It made those close to him happy. It made those enemies hate him. Guan Guan felt that Lin Feng might really have the strength to do so. After thinking about it, Guan Guan could not help but be shocked. She could not believe that this was real. After all, the other party still had 3 Emperor-level experts. As for the 9 immortal emperors, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, could it be that he could rely on his own strength to deal with so many experts? Later, I will definitely slice off your flesh piece by piece. Then I will pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory. You will suffer endless torture for all eternity. Su Aojuan's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. His eyes flickered with a cold light. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. As for the other cultivators, they had spread out. They wanted to deal with Lin Feng together. These people were really cautious. They were worried that Lin Feng had some powerful tricks up his sleeve, so they chose to attack together. Step back. I will deal with this group of trash. We will be able to end this battle soon, Lin Feng said. Hearing that, Guan Guan hurriedly stepped back. Su Aojuan and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked down on them. This caused their killing intent towards Lin Feng to reach its peak. Boom! Su Aojuan was the first to attack. Terrifying magic power surged out of his body. He began to condense a powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 11 Emperor-level experts also began to circulate their magic power and condense their divine abilities. 3 Emperor-level experts, 9 immortal emperors. Chapter 3380. Boom, boom, boom. A series of incomparably powerful divine powers blasted towards Lin Feng. The divine powers that Su Aojuan condensed were called the Proud Heaven Art. The power of this divine powers was incomparably terrifying. It looked down on the world and dominated the universe. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking and moving. The attacks of the other 11 Emperor Realm experts were also extremely terrifying. The 11 divine abilities were Thundercloud Slash, Dragon-Shaped Divine Fist, Ancient Annihilation, Hand of the Heavens, Divine Tao Collapse, Chilling Desolation, 10,000 Miles of Ice, Sword of Endless Stars, Falling Moon Divine Art, Stars Descending, and Shattering the 3 Realms. Each divine powers had their own unique points. Every single one of his divine abilities was unrivaled. Basically, it was one of the trump cards of these experts. Humph! Facing the attacks of the 3 emperors and 9 immortal emperors, Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. His expression was cold. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Today, I will let you know what I am capable of. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to circulate the dermic powers in his body. Powerful dermic powers surged out and shook the void. Waves after waves of horrifying shockwaves rippled out, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. People couldn't help but be moved by this. Lin Feng directly circulated the emperor laws in his body. These emperor laws drove all the dermic powers in his body to circulate together. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had completed some kind of sublimation. This was the first time he used the emperor laws in his body to fight against an enemy. That feeling was simply too comfortable. It made Lin Feng have the urge to roar towards the sky. The power in his body, it was like an avalanche. 1 qi into 3 pure ones. 9 layers of qi superimposed. Lin Feng attacked with an indifferent expression. He used the 1 qi into 3 pure ones technique. Then Lin Feng's original body and the 2 doppelgangers circulated 3 types of qi. In an instant, the 9 layers of qi superimposed together to form a powerful magnetic field that was so powerful that it would shock anyone who saw it. That terrifying magnetic field directly enveloped the 12 Emperor Realm cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. Along with a series of terrifying collisions, there was a sudden sound. Lin Feng's 9-fold magnetic field broke through the 12 great monarchs' divine abilities one after another. Lin Feng's 9-fold magnetic field had the ability to attack, defend, intimidate, and oppress. Now, Lin Feng, who was circulating the emperor law in his body, cast the 9-fold magnetic field. The power displayed by the 9-fold magnetic field was truly shocking. This is absolutely impossible. The 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors were in disbelief. So many strong cultivators had attacked together, but Lin Feng had defeated them all by himself. These people really couldn't accept what was happening in front of them. Not far away, Guan, who was watching the battle, also became incoherent. He thought that he was seeing things. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. Guan couldn't even believe what he was seeing. But all of this, it was all real. Lin Feng was facing the attacks of the 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors with ease. After the 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors were enveloped by Lin Feng's 9-fold magnetic field, their battle prowess was greatly suppressed. Therefore, everyone's battle prowess was greatly weakened. It's my turn to attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 3 Lin Feng locked onto an immortal emperor-level cultivator and then quickly attacked. They were so fast, it made people speechless. The 3 immortal emperors didn't even have time to react. The 3 Lin Feng had already rushed in front of the 3 immortal emperors. Then, the 3 Lin Feng attacked the 3 immortal emperor-level cultivators. The 3 immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly condensed their divine abilities to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang, bang, bang. Then, along with the sound of a violent collision, the 3 Lin Feng collided with the 3 immortal emperors. Lin Feng was safe and sound. The 3 immortal emperors were all sent flying. Slash! The 3 Lin Feng shouted coldly at the same time. The 3 Lin Feng turned into 3 yin-yang Dao diagrams. They instantly tore through the void and headed towards the 3 immortal emperor-level experts who were sent flying. No, the three immortal emperor-level experts cried out in fear. However, other than shouting, they had no time to block Lin Feng's attack. The characteristic of Lin Feng's attack was that it was continuous and endless. Buffed. A tearing sound was suddenly heard, along with the sound of three ripping noises. The three immortal emperor-level experts were killed by the three Lin Feng. Strong. Too strong. Under the siege of the three great monarchs and 9 great immortal emperors, Lin Feng was still in an unstoppable state. He killed 3 great immortal emperors in a row. It was really terrifying. Damn it! Damn it! Su Aojuan's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, Su Aojuan clearly knew how bad their situation was. Lin Feng's 9-layered magnetic field was too strong. It caused a huge suppression on them. So, it was not good to continue fighting this battle. Although they still had 3 great monarchs and 6 immortal emperors. But if they continued fighting, how many of them would be left in the end? So, now, Su Aojuan had already decided to temporarily avoid Lin Feng's attack. "Let's retreat," Su Aojuan said in a deep voice. The rest of them obviously did not want to leave. One of the great monarchs said, "Brother Su, as long as we attack with all our might, we will definitely be able to kill this kid. Now, we can give it our all." The great monarch's words were agreed by the rest. These people had already lost 4 immortal emperor-level experts to Lin Feng. They had suffered such a huge loss. If they did not kill Lin Feng, they would feel extremely aggrieved. However, Su Aojuan was extremely cautious. Although Su Aojuan was arrogant, he had always been a cautious person. It was also because of this character. That was why he was able to survive until now. Su Aojuan said, "This kid is very strange. After we retreat, we will think of a way to deal with him." The rest of them were quite convinced by Su Aojuan. Since Su Aojuan insisted on retreating, the rest of the cultivators nodded and agreed. The other party had 3 great monarchs and 6 immortal emperors. If they wanted to retreat, it would be very difficult for Lin Feng to make them stay. After all, currently, Lin Feng had only refined 1 great monarch-level emperor law. If he could refine a few more great monarch-level emperor laws, he might be able to kill Su Aojuan and the rest here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Aojuan and the rest quickly flew into the distance. They were as fast as lightning. Lin Feng did not chase after them. Do not chase after a cornered enemy. Lin Feng naturally understood this principle. Lin Feng retracted his divine ability. The battle ended. The surroundings were a mess. In this battle, Lin Feng had obtained the origins of the 4 great monarchs. It could be considered a great harvest. Moreover, other than the origins of the 4 great monarchs, Lin Feng had also obtained the storage rings of the 4 great monarchs. Chapter 3381. Husband, you're so powerful. I'm so infatuated with you. Guan Guan looked at Lin Feng in a charming and flirtatious way. Even Lin Feng felt infatuated with the seductive look that she exuded. Lin Feng felt that he would be defeated by this woman sooner or later. Her charm was too great. He really couldn't stop her. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "It's a pity that Su Aojuan and the others escaped." Su Aojuan had 3 emperors and 6 immortal emperors. If they wanted to leave, it would be difficult to make them stay. So it's normal for them to be able to escape. And young master was able to kill 4 immortal emperors with ease under the siege of so many experts. This battle record is like a legend. Guan Guan couldn't help but say, in response to Guan Guan's flattery, Lin Feng smiled non-committally. Lin Feng knew his own situation. He also knew what he would face in the future. He also knew the pressure he had to bear. If it was someone else who had such combat power, they might be extremely happy. But Lin Feng wasn't, because with his current combat power, to him, it was far from enough, neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. This was Lin Feng's style of doing things. Lin Feng said, "There's no time to lose. Let's enter the Star Cave and take a look. I wonder if there are any opportunities waiting for us inside." Hearing that, Guan Guan's eyes lit up. She was also looking forward to it. She took out the ancient star map. Then, she poured her magic power into the ancient star map. The ancient star map flew into the air. Then, it shot out a ray of divine light. That ray of divine light, it directly shone on the restriction outside the star cave. Rumble, rumble, only to hear. A series of loud noises could be heard. The restriction of the star cave began to crack. In the end, a gap appeared in the restriction of the star cave. Lin Feng and Guan Guan entered the star cave through the gap. After they entered, the restriction of the star cave closed again. There was a deep passage in front of them. The two of them followed the passage and went deeper. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the passageway. The passage in the star cave was so quiet that it was almost strange. Lin Feng and Guan could even hear each other's heartbeat. They walked for about 1,000 meters. A huge cave residence appeared in their line of sight. Lin Feng and Guan increased their speed and entered the cave dwelling. When they entered the cave, they immediately felt as if the world was spinning. When they stabilized their minds, they found that they had entered a starry sky world. It contained the power of the starry sky law. Most likely, the starry sky Saint Emperor had turned this place into a starry sky world. The Milky Way and Milky Way. Numerous huge stars were revolving around them. Those stars, Guan pointed at the stars in the Star River world. They were all densely packed with runes. Those runes were flowing with holy light. They were extremely mysterious. When he saw the stars, he was shocked. Lin Feng's face. They couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Divine ability runes. The runes on those stars are all divine ability runes. Lin Feng said, "Divine ability runes." Guan was extremely shocked. Lin Feng said, "Sit cross-legged in the starry sky and comprehend the Tao. You can try to get in touch with those stars and comprehend the wonders of the stars. Maybe you can comprehend something." Hearing Lin Feng say so, Guan nodded. The two of them found a place to comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng found a place and then sat cross-legged. Then he began to comprehend the stars that were densely packed with runes. Lin Feng locked onto a star and comprehended the densely packed runes on it. Not long after, Lin Feng sensed the contents of those runes. He memorized the contents of each rune in his heart. When all the runes had been memorized by him, Lin Feng found that these runes formed the cultivation chant of a divine ability. 9 chaotic strikes. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The name of the divine ability he comprehended was called 9 chaotic strikes. It should be a divine ability passed down by the starry sky Holy Emperor. I wonder how powerful it is. Lin Feng then looked at the stars. He couldn't help but think. Could it be that those were the stars? Did each star record a divine ability? If that's the case, then it's too amazing. Lin Feng began to comprehend the other stars. Time passed. Lin Feng found that some of these stars could be comprehended, and some couldn't. Of the stars that could be comprehended, not every star recorded a sacred art. Some of the stars recorded some of his memories. However, those memories were all scattered images. Lin Feng guessed that they should be the memories of the starry sky, Holy Emperor. What made Lin Feng happy was that he actually comprehended the cultivation method of the 3,000 great Tao from the runes on a star. The 3,000 great Tao that Lin Feng obtained was called the Great Confusion Technique. This Great Confusion Technique was very special. It was an auxiliary 3,000 great Tao. Once it was used, it could confuse others. For example, the cultivator who used the Great Confusion Technique wanted to make the other party believe that he was someone, or he wanted the other party to believe something. The other party might really believe it, after discovering that these stars recorded the 3,000 great Tao. Lin Feng became even more excited. He continued to comprehend these stars. One after another, Lin Feng obtained more and more 3,000 great Tao. In the end, Lin Feng actually comprehended a total of 85 types of 3,000 great Tao. And among these 85 types of 3,000 great Tao, there were 67 types of 3,000 great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated before. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 1,033 types of 3,000 great Tao, including the 67 types of 3,000 great Tao that he had just comprehended and yet to cultivate. Added together, there were a total of 1,100 types of 3,000 great Tao. Not long after, Guan also woke up from her cultivation state. Guan had obviously comprehended many divine abilities. Therefore, she was extremely excited. She said, "It's a pity that this place only has various divine ability inheritances, but I don't see the treasures of the starry sky, Holy Emperor." For an expert at the level of the starry sky, Holy Emperor, his lifetime collection must be astonishing. Lin Feng also felt that it was a pity. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Lin Feng said, "It's already an extremely heaven-defying harvest to obtain so many powerful divine abilities." Guan nodded and left with Lin Feng. Not long after leaving the starry sky cave, Lin Feng discovered Chapter 3382, The Martial Talisman Moved Again. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. It seemed that these two fire demon talismans must have sensed the third fire demon talisman again. Lin Feng took out two fire demon talismans. He saw that the lines on the two fire demon talismans were actually distorted. Those lines were like a map. It guided Lin Feng, the map to find the third fire demon talisman. Lin Feng studied it carefully, but he was confused. He didn't know where the specific location was. "What is this?" Guan looked curiously at the two fire demon talismans in Lin Feng's hands and asked, "This is a fire demon talisman, one of the 72 kinds of martial talismans. If you can gather all the fire demon talismans, you can improve the quality of your martial soul." Lin Feng said, "Martial soul?" Guan was very surprised. She said, "Martial soul is an ability that can often be used in the early stages of cultivation. It is a special ability of us human cultivators. Other races basically don't have martial soul. Unless other races have human bloodlines or a mutation in their bodies, they can awaken martial soul. However, as your cultivation increases, the effect of martial soul seems to be getting smaller and smaller, right?" It was indeed as Guan said. As a cultivator's cultivation increased, the effect of martial soul was getting smaller and smaller. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was extremely extraordinary, and it was closely related to the arm of dragon and elephant. It could increase the power of the arm of dragon and elephant. Therefore, for Lin Feng, martial soul was still extremely important. In fact, in the world of cultivators, there was no lack of cultivators with special martial souls. Those special martial souls could bring about extraordinary abilities for these cultivators. Even if their realms had been raised to a very high level, those special martial souls, they could still provide great help to these cultivators. However, there were too few cultivators with these special martial souls. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And most people's martial souls would increase as their cultivation increased. The effect would gradually weaken. So, with the increase in cultivation, human cultivators' reliance on martial souls became less and less. Lin Feng said, "My martial spirit is rather special. It has a special effect on my physical body." "So that's how it is." Guan couldn't help but nod. He then smiled and said, "Then I'll accompany you to find the third fire demon talisman." "Haha, it's naturally the best thing to have a delicate beauty like you accompanying me," Lin Feng said with a smile. In the following period of time, the two fire devil talismans often acted strangely. Lin Feng had a feeling. Perhaps he was not far from finding the third fire demon talisman. 1 month later, on this day, a red-crowned crane descended from the sky. The red-crowned crane landed on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan with a letter in its mouth. Lin Feng and Guan were both alarmed. Guan obviously knew that crane. She asked, "Fairy He, why are you here?" The red-crowned crane said, "It was the palace lord who sent me to deliver a letter to senior sister." The voice of this red-crowned crane sounded like the voice of a 10-year-old girl. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. "Mother sent you here?" Guan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had previously heard Guan mention the power of her mother's side, although it wasn't as powerful as the family that Su Aojuan was in. But to be honest, compared to the Su family that Su Aojuan was in, it was perhaps only slightly weaker. This kind of gap was naturally not big, and Guan's mother's cultivation was very powerful. In that family, she had a unique position. Now, he heard Fairy. He called Guan's mother Palace Lord. He didn't know why Fairy. He called Guan's mother that way. Guan didn't talk much about her mother's matters. So Lin Feng didn't know much about it. And Lin Feng himself was also a person who didn't like to pry into other people's privacy. Since Guan didn't want to say more, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't ask more. After Guan took down the letter, she opened it. Her expression was very calm. After reading the letter, Guan said, "Husband, Mother summoned me back, so I can't accompany you for the time being. I need to make a trip back to the family. If husband is done with the matters here, you can go to the Ning family in the mysterious domain star ocean to find me." Ning family in the mysterious domain star ocean. It should be Guan's mother's family. Good. When the time comes, I will definitely go. Lin Feng said. Guan revealed a charming smile and said, "Husband, you must come. When the time comes, perhaps you can talk to my mother about our matters." After saying that, Guan and Fairy he left together. The fragrance was still lingering. The beauty had already left. What a seductress! Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Guan's charm was naturally irresistible. Peerless elegance, beautiful like a fairy. Thus, for Guan, Lin Feng was determined to win. Lin Feng knew the general location of the mysterious domain star ocean. It was on the route to the undying realm. When traveling through the starry sky to the undying realm, it happened to pass by the mysterious domain star ocean. When the time comes, he must go to the mysterious domain star ocean's Ning family to meet Guan's mother. While he was at it, he would take the opportunity to take control of this bewitching woman. The ancient starry sky ship continued to travel through the starry sky world. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge battle erupting on a planet. Dozens of cultivators were fighting against 3 culinary god demons. Those cultivators' strength was extraordinary. However, the culinary god demons were too powerful, even though those cultivators' cultivation was extremely strong, and there were even 4 god emperors guarding them. The rest were all in the quasi-emperor realm, and most of them were high-level quasi-emperors. However, so many people joining forces. They were not the culinary god demons' match. 3 god emperor culinary god demons. Lin Feng's brows slightly raised. He flew out from the ancient starry sky ship Xinyuan. Then he kept the ancient starry sky ship Xinyuan. Immediately, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the battle. The 3 culinary god demons must die. He needed the emperor laws of these culinary god demons to increase his strength. Lin Feng had already refined 1 monarch-level culinary god demon emperor law and 3 god emperor-level culinary god demon emperor laws. However, this was far from enough. Lin Feng wanted to continue hunting culinary god demons and refine their emperor laws to increase his strength. Unfortunately, culinary god demons were hard to find. Now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, each of you will die a more miserable death than the last. The 5th stage god, emperor, culinary god, demon, said sinisterly. Among the 3 culinary god demons, this one was the strongest. As for the other 2, one was a 4th stage god emperor. The other was a 3rd stage god emperor. The 3 culinary god demons were killing this group of cultivators in the starry sky world. They seemed to be doing it for one thing. However, the group of cultivators attacked by the culinary god demons clearly did not intend to hand it over. Thus, the attacks of the 3 culinary god demons became increasingly fierce. Puchi, puchi, tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The group of cultivators attacked by the culinary god demons. Chapter 33:83. After those cultivators were killed by the gluttonous god demons. Their souls were not killed by the gluttonous god demons. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator was killed, his soul would also be shaken to the point of dissipation. Obviously, the reason why those cultivators' souls did not die immediately, it was because the gluttonous god demons did it on purpose. The gluttonous god demons opened their hands and grabbed the souls of the dead cultivators. They then stuffed them into their mouths and began to chew. The souls of the cultivators were chewed alive by the gluttonous god demons. Those souls let out shrill screams. After those cultivators died, they still had to bear the tragic fate of having their souls chewed alive. They died too miserably. The battle prowess of these 3 devils was frightening to the point that it left others aghast. The 4 great emperors and dozens of boundary emperors could only hold their own against the 3 gluttonous god demons. Their attacks could not harm the 3 gluttonous god demons at all. In the midst of the battle, the 4 great emperors were injured one after another. The 4 great emperors did not abandon the others and escape. This made Lin Feng feel quite surprised. The moral conduct of these 4 people was not bad. Of course, even if they abandoned the others and escaped, with the terrifying strength of the 3 gluttonous god demons, the 4 great emperors probably would not be able to escape. Soon, only a dozen or so cultivators were left. The battle between the 2 sides was not on the same level. Dai, the gluttonous god demon, who was a 3rd-layer god emperor, arrived in front of a female cultivator. His sharp claws clawed at the female cultivator. The female cultivator could not dodge in time. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously, the female cultivator was in complete despair. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to fight against such a terrifying existence like the gluttonous god demon. Such a beauty is meant to be loved. If she dies like this, wouldn't it be a pity? Just as the female cultivator thought she was going to die, for sure. Suddenly, a voice resounded in her ears. Following that, the female cultivator felt her slim waist being held by a pair of strong hands. The female cultivator looked at the person who held her. She realized the cultivator who held her was a very young master, and he was very handsome. There was a faint smile on this young master's face all the time. "Brat, let's die together." The culinary god demon laughed sinisterly. Terrifying claws. It enveloped Lin Feng and the female cultivator. He wanted to kill the two of them together. Lin Feng raised his right hand. In the void, with a light stroke, a beam of sword chi, he flew out. Puchi! A tearing sound was heard. Blood immediately spurted out. The female cultivator saw it. That third heavenly stage god, emperor stage, gluttonous god demon, was actually split into two. Instant kill. An instant kill. Such a powerful god eater. He had actually been killed by this young master who had appeared out of nowhere. It was truly shocking. Who is this young master? What is his cultivation level? The female cultivator couldn't help but feel puzzled. This scene, the female cultivator was not the only one who was shocked. It also shocked everyone present. "Brat, you're courting death." The other two culinary gods couldn't help but roar in anger, their murderous intent soared to the sky. They directly pounced towards Lin Feng. These culinary gods could easily challenge those of a higher realm. Hence, their battle strength was extremely terrifying. "Young master, be careful." The four great emperors couldn't help but exclaim. The two culinary gods that attacked now were much stronger than the one Lin Feng had killed before. Furthermore, they were attacking Lin Feng together. Hence, the four great emperors couldn't help but warn Lin Feng. At the same time, they all flew towards Lin Feng. They wanted to help Lin Feng deal with the four culinary gods together. However, at the next moment, the four great emperors revealed an extremely shocked expression. They saw, facing the attacks of two powerful culinary gods. Lin Feng's right hand gently moved. Two beams of sword chi shot out from his fingertips. The two beams of sword chi cut through the void. They slashed towards the two powerful culinary gods. Puchi, puchi, two tearing sounds were heard. Two culinary gods. They were actually killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Shocking. In everyone's eyes. They were deeply shocked. Instant kill. Another instant kill. No matter if it was the culinary god that was at the third stage emperor god realm, it was the two culinary gods behind him. Lin Feng killed those godly eater demons in one attack. However, everyone sensed Lin Feng's cultivation. They actually discovered Lin Feng was only at the boundary emperor realm. Naturally, no one believed that Lin Feng was only at the boundary emperor realm. They all thought that Lin Feng must have cultivated a special technique to conceal his cultivation. He suppressed his cultivation to the boundary emperor realm. Lin Feng's right hand lightly patted the void. Pung, pung, pung. The bodies of the three gluttonous god demons, which had been split in half, exploded. Then, the exploded flesh turned into a bloody mist. Lin Feng collected the bloody mist. The bloody mist of the three culinary gods turned into three culinary god fruits. Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a smile. Culinary god fruits. He obtained 3 in one go. How many emperor laws were contained in these 3 culinary god fruits? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. "I am Wang Lui. I have yet to ask for your name." The leading cultivator clasped his fists. He asked aloud. This cultivator's cultivation was not ordinary. He was at the 8th stage Emperor God realm. "We met by chance. Why do you need to ask so clearly?" Lin Feng said indifferently. He turned and walked towards the depths of the starry sky world. At this moment, Wang Lui said, "Young master, please wait." "Why? Is there anything else?" Lin Feng looked at Wang Lui indifferently. "Young master, this time we are going to a mysterious place. It is said that there is an immortal buried in that mysterious place." Wang Lui said, "Oh, an immortal is buried." Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. If it was really as Wang Lui said, that place was too shocking. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the culinary god demon that was at the 6th stage Emperor God realm. He was asking for something from Wang Lui and the others. Lin Feng guessed. The thing that the culinary god asked for should be related to the immortal graveyard that Wang Lui mentioned. Buried an immortal. Such a place was enough to make all the forces palpitate. If the immortal's legacy, magic treasures, and treasures that he had collected in his life were also in this place, the value was too great. Wang Lui saw Lin Feng's interest and said, "It's like this. There must be a lot of good things in the immortal graveyard. If young master wants to go with us, you can choose the treasures inside first." Wang Lui knew that this trip would be dangerous. Hence, when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he wanted Lin Feng to join them and get Lin Feng's protection. Chapter 3384. "Good. I agree to join you." Lin Feng nodded and said. Hearing that Lin Feng had agreed to join them, the group of people were extremely excited. However, thinking of the tragic deaths of so many of their companions, these people's mood became low again. The death of their companions caused them to feel incomparable grief. But there was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only watch helplessly as their companions died, unable to save them. If not for Lin Feng's appearance, perhaps even more people would have died. We need to go to the fire snake, start a meet-up with the other forces." Wang Lui said. Lin Feng asked in surprise, "What's wrong? There are other forces going with us on this trip." Wang Lui nodded and said, "That's right, we only obtained one of the keys. The other forces also obtained one each. But don't worry, young master, we have already discussed it. When we find the treasures, the various forces will equally distribute the treasures. When it's time for us to choose the treasures, we will definitely let young master choose first." Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything else. However, Wang Lui's equal distribution of the treasures was somewhat unrealistic in Lin Feng's eyes. Or rather, Wang Lui was taking things for granted. He might be a normal person who wanted to distribute the treasures equally, but the other forces would inevitably have other thoughts. Killing and stealing treasures was something that happened almost every day in the world of cultivators. Therefore, they had to be on guard against such things. Wang Lui and the others went to collect the corpses of their dead companions. They kept the bodies of their dead companions into their storage rings, preparing to bring these corpses back when they returned from the immortal graveyard. Lin Feng traveled with Wang Lui and the others. After chatting for a while, he found out that Wang Lui and the others came from the Sacred Star Sea. The Sacred Star Sea was quite far from here. In Lin Feng's memories, the Sacred Star Sea seemed to be even further away than the mysterious domain Star Sea. Therefore, when Lin Feng introduced himself, these people did not recognize him. Everyone boarded the ancient starship and headed towards the fire snake star. Everyone had their own room for cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Creak. Lin Feng opened the door and saw a female cultivator standing outside. This female cultivator was tall and slender. Her pair of straight and slender legs made her look so stunning. This long-legged beauty had a palm-sized oval-shaped face. Her face was extremely beautiful and delicate. Her skin was also very good, as smooth as cream. She was definitely a rare beauty. This woman was none other than the woman Lin Feng had saved earlier. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me." When the female cultivator saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but recall the feeling of being held in Lin Feng's arms. She couldn't help but blush slightly. However, his movements did not slow down in the slightest. She bowed slightly to Lin Feng. "Fairy, you don't have to be so polite." Lin Feng said. "To the young master, it may have been as easy as lifting a finger. But to you, Lan, it was a life-saving grace." The female cultivator said, "Yulan, is that your name? You're beautiful, and your name is also beautiful." Lin Feng couldn't help but say he felt that this female cultivator was not only beautiful, but her name was also very pleasant to hear. After the female cultivator heard Lin Feng's praise, her face couldn't help but become more rosy. She even felt her heartbeat quicken. Lin Feng also came back to his senses. He also felt that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate. It was as if he had some intentions towards this female cultivator. It was as if he was hinting something to this female cultivator. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Fairy, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. I also didn't mean to offend you." The female cultivator said, "I naturally wouldn't dare to misunderstand young master." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not a good place to talk outside. Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" A man and a woman alone in a room, if word got out, it would not be good. However, the female cultivator took a step forward as if she was possessed by a supernatural force. She entered Lin Feng's room. "You're called Yulan. Is your surname Yu? This surname is rather rare." Lin Feng said. The female cultivator said, "My surname isn't Yu, but Xia. My full name is Xia Yulan." "I see." Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Xia Yulan curiously asked, "Young master, did you come out to train alone?" Lin Feng said, "I was originally with a few companions, but we got separated some time ago. Therefore, I'm now training alone outside." Young master's cultivation is very strong. Even if you train alone in the starry sky world, you can still protect yourself. Unlike us, when we encounter a few god-eaters, we might be wiped out. After saying this, Xia Yulan's mood became somewhat gloomy. This was because the people who had died earlier were all from her sect. Some of them had a very close relationship with her. However, she could only watch helplessly as her companions died. Xia Yulan was powerless. This caused her to be overshadowed. Lin Feng said, "It's good for the living to be filled with hope. Only with hope in one's heart can one have the motivation to move forward." Xia Yulan carefully pondered over Lin Feng's words. In the end, she nodded. She understood something. The pain in her heart, it also lessened a lot. The fiery snake star was a star with an extremely strange appearance. Looking at it from the starry sky world, the fiery snake star looked like a giant snake coiled in flames. The fiery snake star was enveloped in raging flames all year round. The temperature was incomparably hot. Lin Feng and the others boarded the ancient starship and arrived at the starry sky world outside the fiery snake star. "We've arrived at the fiery snake star," Wang Lui said with a smile. Everyone walked out of the cabin. Lin Feng saw many ancient starships flying in the direction of the fiery snake star. There were also some cultivators flying in the sky. Similarly, they were flying in the direction of the fiery snake star. The fiery snake star is a rather famous gathering place of cultivators in the starry sky world. Therefore, there are many cultivators coming from all over the world every day. there's a huge trading market in the Fiery Snake Star. There are many good things in the trading market. This trading market is second to none in the surrounding star fields. When the time comes, Lin Gongzi can go to the trading market to take a look. Wang Lui introduced the Fiery Snake Star to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, when the time comes, I'll enter the trading market to take a look." At this moment, the ancient starship Lin Feng and the others boarded also descended towards the Fiery Snake Star. They directly landed on the huge square of the Fiery Snake Star's main city, the Fiery Snake City. In this square, many ancient starships landed. Many cultivators walked out of the ancient starships one after another. Lin Feng and the others also walked out of the ancient starship. Wang Lui kept the ancient starship. Then, everyone walked towards the main road of the city. Lin Feng followed Wang Lui and the others. Presumably, these people had already agreed on a rendezvous point. Just as they were about to leave the square, Lin Feng saw a female cultivator not far away. Chapter 3385. Lin Feng really didn't expect to see this woman here. Zi Yuan. The woman he saw was none other than Zi Yuan. However, when the two of them met in the 9 provinces, they were already strangers. Zi Yuan obviously saw Lin Feng as well. However, she only glanced at Lin Feng. Then she turned her head. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't disturb Zi Yuan. Perhaps this was the fate of people. Some things. It was fated. Some people. It was the same. There were many things and many people that couldn't be forced. This wasn't beneficial to anyone. Azure Dragon Inn. It was located in the northwest of Fire Snake City and occupied a huge area. This was an extremely high-end inn with many courtyards. The scenery was extremely beautiful. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng saw Zi Yuan again, and the place where Zi Yuan lived. It was very close to Lin Feng's place, only 1,000 meters away. Zi Yuan wasn't alone. There were more than 10 cultivators beside her. What really attracted Lin Feng's attention was a female cultivator in a black robe. That female cultivator gave Lin Feng a familiar feeling, and that female cultivator gave Lin Feng a very dangerous feeling. Lin Feng, Zi Yuan, and the others went to their courtyards one after the other. That kid actually appeared in this place. How interesting. The female cultivator in the black robe couldn't help but say. The corners of her mouth curled up into a sinister arc. No one knew what she was thinking. This female cultivator was none other than Supremacy Yuan. She was an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. Their clan was very terrifying. They had transcended eras and were immortal. Previously, Tai Dao's supremacy even treated Lin Feng as a toy in his palm. He wanted to slowly toy with Lin Feng to death. What do you plan to do? Should we just kill him? Zi Yuan asked indifferently. I really want to kill this kid directly, but I received a message from the higher-ups some time ago. This kid can't die yet. Supremacy Yuan Tian said. Oh, he still couldn't die? Why is that? Zi Yuan asked in surprise. For the time being, I don't know the exact reason behind this, but I'm guessing that it might have something to do with this kid's identity. Supremacy Yuan Tian said. Lin Feng has the blood of the Undying clan and the sovereign clan in him. You said that the seniors might have spared him because of his identity. Which clan do you think it is related to? Zi Yuan couldn't help asking. Supremacy Yuan Tian said, I'm not sure about that. It's hard for us to guess what Old Antique is thinking. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others also arrived at the residence. Wang Lui said, Lin Gongzi, let's rest here for a while. At night, we'll meet with the other forces. At that time, we'll introduce Lin Gongzi to the other forces." "No problem," Lin Feng said. "Yulan, bring Lin Gongzi to rest." Wang Lui said, "Yes, martial uncle." Xia Yulan replied, and brought Lin Feng to the second floor to rest. In the bedroom, Xia Yulan took out a cleansing talisman. In an instant, the room became spotless. "Young master, this is your room. I live next door. If there's anything you need, you can call me." Xia Yulan said. Perhaps Wang Lui had noticed that Lin Feng and Xia Yulan were close. Therefore, he had let Xia Yulan stay next to Lin Feng. At the same time, she could take care of Lin Feng. If something happened between Lin Feng and Xia Yulan, Lin Feng wouldn't care. Wang Lui would be happy to see that happen, because this way, their relationship with Lin Feng would improve. Wang Lui didn't know what level of cultivator Lin Feng was, but Wang Lui knew Lin Feng was so young, he could instantly kill an ogre at the 6th heavenly layer god emperor realm. This was enough to show how shocking Lin Feng's potential was. Now, he was already so strong. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. If they could establish a relationship with someone like Lin Feng, it would be extremely beneficial for them. "Good. You should go back and rest," Lin Feng said. "Then Yulan will take her leave." Xia Yulan said. Then she left Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng closed the door. Then he took out 3 divine eating fruits. Then he sealed the room with a restriction. Previously, on the ancient Starry Sky ship, Lin Feng hadn't refined these divine eating fruits. After all, he was on someone else's ancient Starry Sky ship. He didn't know if the other party had any powerful methods. One must always be on guard against others. Therefore, to be safe, Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment. Now he was in Fire Snake City. This one was relatively safe. If Wang Lui and the others had any bad intentions, without the help of the ancient Starry Sky ship, it would be difficult for them to do so. Of course, it was even better if they didn't have any bad intentions. Lin Feng began to refine the 3 divine eating fruits. A large amount of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. His battle strength was steadily increasing. When all the energy contained in the divine eating fruits was refined by Lin Feng, only 7 emperor laws were left floating in the air. After seeing the 7 emperor laws, Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. Although they were only emperor laws of the god emperor level, but they were terrifying enough, and he actually obtained 7 of them at once. What a great harvest! If he refined these 7 emperor laws, his battle strength would definitely increase by a large margin. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. He began to refine these emperor laws. Now, Lin Feng was already very familiar with refining the God-eating devil emperor laws. Soon, the 7 God-eating devil emperor laws were refined by Lin Feng. After refining the 7 God-eating devil emperor laws, Lin Feng had a total of 1 emperor level God-eating devil emperor law, 10 God emperor level God-eating devil emperor laws. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng had just finished his cultivation when he heard a knock on the door. "Lin Gongzi, have you rested enough? We're about to set off." Xia Yulan's voice came from outside. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door. She opened the door to her room and saw Xia Yulan standing outside. "All right," she said. "Let's set off now." Xia Yulan nodded and led the way. After Lin Feng met up with Wang Lui and the others, they left their residence. The gathering place was called the Fiery Serpent House. It was opened by a mysterious person from the Fiery Serpent family, the master of the Fiery Serpent Star. It was the most lively and high-end gathering place on the Fiery Serpent Star. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Fiery Serpent House, They found that it was bustling with people coming and going. Many beautiful women shuttled back and forth in the fiery serpent house. Wang Lui and the others had clearly arranged everything in advance. Chapter 3386. Lin Feng and the others were the first batch of cultivators to arrive. After arriving here, everyone patiently waited for the cultivators of the other forces. Lin Feng had already done a certain understanding of the other forces. The other forces were also forces in the sacred star field. They were about the same strength as the force that Wang Lui and the others were in. The force that Wang Lui and the others were in was called the Star Sect. This force was not considered a top force in the sacred star field, but it was said that they also had an emperor-level powerhouse. Just like in the star field world, only a force with a holy emperor-level powerhouse could be called a top force if there was an emperor-level powerhouse in charge of a force. That would be the absolute overlord of the starry sky world. Their appeal would definitely be incomparably strong. It could be said that hundreds of people responded to a single call. For example, the myriad races from before. The heavenly sage great world where the myriad races were located had a total of 5 emperor-level old antiques. At that time, the myriad races were the super overlords of the starry sky world. So, the myriad races invaded the 9 prefectures. Many forces in the outer realm responded one after another. They followed the myriad races to invade the 9 prefectures. However, no one would have thought that the 9 prefectures that seemed to have weakened long ago still had a few terrifying existences. Even the 5 ancestors of the myriad races had fallen in the 9 prefectures, and those major forces that had followed the myriad races to invade the 9 prefectures, they had suffered heavy casualties. Many forces had suffered too many losses in the 9 prefectures, causing their forces to decline sharply. As a result, they were attacked by their enemies. In the end, they were destroyed. A great world, like the 9 Mysteries' great world, was now in turmoil. It was also because the 9 Mysteries' realm lord who had invaded the 9 prefectures had fallen in the 9 prefectures. That was why such a situation had occurred. As a force with an emperor-level powerhouse, the Star Sect still had a certain status in the starry sky world. Many forces, they would also give face to the Star Sect. As for the other forces, they also had Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Among these forces, if someone broke through to the Emperor level, the forces they were in would immediately undergo a transformation. Obviously, such a large force was not peaceful. Many large forces were often accompanied by power struggles. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator, who had obtained the key to the immortal graveyard, should be one of the 4 emperors. The 4 great emperors were on good terms with each other. They didn't inform the higher-ups of the sect because they were worried that the higher-ups of the sect would take away the opportunity that originally belonged to them. Therefore, after some discussion, the 4 great emperors brought some people out to search for the immortal graveyard. The 4 great emperors couldn't be blamed for being cautious. The world of cultivators was indeed too cruel. What happened to the Red World Fairyback then explained everything. Not long after, the second wave of cultivators arrived. All of them were female cultivators. The female cultivator in the lead was a middle-aged woman who looked quite graceful and noble. This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. This is fellow Taoist Lu Yixiang of the Female Abyss Pavilion. Wang Lui introduced both parties to each other. The cultivators of the pavilion were very confused. They didn't know why Wang Lu would be so cautious in recommending a quasi-emperor cultivator to Lu Yixiang. Could this young cultivator be a descendant of one of the great emperors of Astral Sect? The female cultivators of the Female Abyss Pavilion couldn't help But think. After thinking of this, some pretty female cultivators threw flirtatious glances at Lin Feng from time to time. They hoped to attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng was young, a quasi-emperor, and his cultivation was extraordinary. If he was really a descendant of a great emperor, his background was extremely extraordinary. Such a background, naturally, it was easy to attract the favor of female cultivators. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to the seduction of the female cultivators of the female Abyss Pavilion. So, it's Lin Gongzi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lu Yixiang smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, you're welcome. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, it seems that we're late. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Then, a group of cultivators poured into the private room. This group of cultivators. The leader was an old man. So it's Brother Situ. Wang Lui cupped his fists. Lu Yixiang also bowed slightly to the burly old man. This old man was a powerhouse of the immortal emperor realm, much stronger than Wang Lui and Lu Yixiang. Ha! You two fellow Taoists are too polite. The old man said with a smile. Wang Lui continued. Brother Situ, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, this is Situ Lei of the Situ family. Wang Lui introduced the two sides again. Situ Lei was also quite surprised that Wang Lui would specially introduce a young cultivator to him. However, Situ Lei was also an old fox. Although he was puzzled in his heart, there was a smile on his face. He had the same thoughts as Lu Yixiang. Situ Lei suspected that Lin Feng might be a descendant of a big shot of the Star sect. This time, he came out with Wang Lui and the others to gain experience and get some benefits. There were many people like this. Therefore, Situ Lei was already used to it. Both sides greeted each other and then took their seats. Everyone chatted while waiting for the cultivators of the other two forces to arrive. Not long after, the cultivators of the other two forces also arrived. The other two forces. The first force was called the Devil Saber sect. This sect was a Devil Dao force, and the core cultivation technique of the sect was called the Devil Saber Immortal Slaughtering Art. Therefore, the cultivators of this force were extremely good at using saber-type weapons. The second force was called the Eclipse Gate. It was an evil force. The cultivator leading the Devil Saber sect was called Zhang Yaoquan. He didn't look particularly big and only had one arm. He was called the One-Armed Saber Demon. He was also an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. The cultivator leading the Eclipse Gate was a woman, enchanting and charming, but she looked a little slutty. This woman was called Shangguan Sun Chun. Her name had the word Chun in it. It was really in line with her temperament. Wang Lui also made introductions for both parties. Then, everyone began to discuss about going to the immortal graveyard. After some discussion, the 5 forces decided to set off for the immortal graveyard in 3 days. No one had any objections, so they all dispersed. Lin Feng planned to go to the trading market to take a look. Perhaps he could get some good things from the trading market. Wang Lui asked Xia Yulan to accompany Lin Feng. Lin Feng's impression of Xia Yulan was quite good. Therefore, he didn't refuse. The man was handsome. The woman was beautiful. The two of them walked together, attracting a lot of attention. Not long after, they arrived at the trading market. The trading market was very large. People came and went, and it was very lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls, and all kinds of things were placed on the stalls. There were some things unearthed from ancient tombs, as well as pills, talismans, magic treasures, array materials, forging materials, and so on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after they arrived at the trading market, Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar started to fluctuate violently. Chapter 3387. The heaven-devouring jar emitting a fluctuation was no small matter. This was a treasure passed down by the ancestor of the sovereign emperor, the heaven-devouring devil emperor. However, it was now shattered. Lin Feng found 2 fragments of the heaven-devouring jar. He had always wanted to restore the heaven-devouring jar, but he hadn't been able to do so. Finding a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in this world was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the heaven-devouring jar was emitting a fluctuation, did that mean that there was a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in this market? As he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He relied on the heaven-devouring jar's senses. He began to search for the heaven-devouring jar fragment. Found it. Before long, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In a small stall, Lin Feng saw a pitch-black tattered jar. No one was interested in the tattered jar. It was a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar. Every time a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar was added to the jar, its power would greatly increase. If he could restore the heaven-devouring jar completely, it would be amazing. At that time, the heaven-devouring jar's power would be restored. Lin Feng walked toward the small stall. Xia Yulan followed closely behind him. The 2 of them arrived in front of the stall. There were many things on display. Most of them were unearthed antiques. The owner was a skinny cultivator in his 50s. His eyes occasionally shone with a sharp light. He was clearly a shrewd businessman. Why does this stall look so much like the things that Taoist Wu Liang usually sells? Is he a tomb raider? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Tomb raiding had always been an extremely popular profession. There were many sects that specialized in tomb raiding. Of course, the most famous and ancient sects were the mountain-moving Taoist, the tomb raider, and Qiu Zhonglang. However, there were countless other sects that specialized in tomb raiding. In terms of inheritance, however, they weren't as powerful as these 3 sections. In fact, it wasn't just the world of cultivators that had tomb raiders. There were even tomb raiders in the mundane world. Previously, Lin Feng had read a story. It said that the army of the mundane world needed money for war, but most of the time, the country could not afford to pay the soldiers. At this time, the kings would organize an army and have them disguise themselves as grave robbers to steal the tombs of the nobles. They took out the funerary goods from the graves and sold them in exchange for military pay. This kind of thing was happening everywhere. The world of cultivators was naturally the same. How much is this broken jar? Lin Feng asked as he picked up the heaven-devouring jar fragment. He, young master really has a good eye. The fragment of this jar is a treasure. It's densely covered with runes. Just one look and you can tell that the material is very ancient. If you can comprehend the runes on it, you might be able to obtain a great harvest. The stall owner spoke frankly. Obviously, he wanted a high price. Just tell me the price. Lin Feng said impatiently. Since young master is fated with this mysterious jar fragment, young master can take it for 100,000 top-grade origin crystals. The stall owner said, 100,000. Who are you trying to cheat? How dare you ask for 100,000 for a broken jar? You're too black-hearted. Xia Yulan couldn't help but ask. When women bought things, they were very good at bargaining. A goddess-like woman like Xia Yulan was no exception. If she really wanted to bargain, she would go from being a goddess to a crazy woman. Little girl, look at how beautiful you are. Why are you so aggressive with your words? The stall owner couldn't help but roll his eyes. 10 top-grade origin crystals. If you're willing to sell, we'll take it. If not, we'll leave. This thing will rot in your hands. Xia Yulan snorted. Hearing Xia Yulan's price, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. The other party wanted 100,000. Xia Yulan had actually bargained down to 10. Wasn't this a little too fierce? Xia Yulan usually had a gentle and charming appearance. Even when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle. She was a typical goddess. Now that she bargained down the price, she didn't hesitate at all. "Little girl, how can you buy things like this? I'm not selling. Go elsewhere." The stall owner waved his hand and said, "Put down the item, and we'll leave." Xia Yulan looked at Lin Feng and said. She pulled Lin Feng and was about to leave. The stall owner saw that Xia Yulan was really about to pull Lin Feng away. He said, "Fine, fine, fine. 10 it is. Since I met a little girl like you today, I'll give you a big discount and sell it to you at a loss." "10 is too high," Xia Yulan said. After hearing Xia Yulan's words, the corner of the stall owner's mouth twitched violently. Buying things was just like this. It mainly depended on whether or not one dared to bargain. As long as one dared to do so, there was nothing that couldn't be bought at a low price. Lin Feng paid 10 crystals and put the broken pieces of the celestial absorbing jar away. The two left. Xia Yulan's face couldn't help but redden. When she was alone with Lin Feng, she recalled the scene when she bargained with the stall owner. Xia Yulan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Thank you for saving me 99,990 top-grade origin crystals." With Lin Feng's rich and overbearing style, the other party had asked for 100,000 origin crystals. Lin Feng definitely wouldn't haggle. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too rich. 100,000 origin crystals was just a drop in the ocean for him. He didn't care about it at all. However, not everyone was as rich and overbearing as Lin Feng. For a female disciple like Xia Yulan, the sex resources were limited. Therefore, one had to be careful when buying things. Xia Yulan said, "I often come to this kind of market, so I know a few things. Young master definitely doesn't lack origin crystals. However, these are origin crystals that you've painstakingly saved up. You can't just casually give them away to others. A person without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. You should be careful with your spending so that you won't be strapped for cash when you need it in the future." Lin Feng suddenly realized that Xia Yulan's character was really good. She was a completely virtuous wife and mother-type woman. Originally, Lin Feng had a very good impression of Xia Yulan. Now, Lin Feng discovered that he actually liked Xia Yulan a little. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xia Yulan's face became even redder. Women were more sensitive. Therefore, Xia Yulan felt that the current Lin Feng, the way he looked at her, seemed to have changed a little. This change made Xia Yulan's heart beat faster. Could it be that Lin Gongzi, Xia Yulan couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. After thinking of this possibility, Xia Yulan's heart suddenly became like a little deer jumping around. Everyone likes to see beautiful things and beautiful people. I'm no exception. Chapter 3388. Lin Feng bought a lot of array materials and materials to cultivate the primordial ancestral worm, emperor archaic, and chaos demon refining insects. In such a huge market, it was easier to find some materials that Lin Feng needed. During this time, more and more chaos demon refining insects were hatching and needed a lot of precious insect materials to cultivate, including the primordial ancestral worm and emperor archaic. They all needed a lot of insect materials to cultivate. Lin Feng's insect materials were almost used up, but fortunately, he had replenished a lot of insect materials in the market of Fire Snake Star. Now, whether it was the primordial ancestral worm, emperor archaic, or the chaos demon refining insect, they were all in an extremely crucial growth period. And during this time, he must not run out of insect materials, or else it would have a great impact on their growth. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to find a heaven and earth treasure to cultivate dragon eggs. Dragon eggs only needed a heaven-defying heaven and earth treasure to complete the final transformation, and then break out of the shell. But unfortunately, how could a heaven and earth treasure of this level be found just because one wanted to? It needed a great opportunity. Only then could one find it. In such a huge market, one could not find such a treasure. Thousand Treasure Tower. Lin Feng looked at a huge palace in the market. This palace was dazzling and huge, covering an area of more than 10 acres. There was a huge golden plaque hanging on it, and 3 words were written on the plaque in flamboyant calligraphy. And these 3 words, it was Thousand Treasure Tower, densely packed cultivators, coming in and out. The Thousand Treasure Tower was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the huge market. This place is the center of the market, and there are even auctions inside. Many precious things will appear in the Thousand Treasure Tower. Xia Yulan could not help but say, "Okay, let's enter the Thousand Treasure Tower and take a look." Lin Feng said. Xia Yulan nodded obediently and followed Lin Feng to the Thousand Treasure Tower. After entering the first floor of the Thousand Treasure Tower, immediately they saw a lot of exhibition booths. Behind the booths, there was a dazzling array of goods. Many goods. The value was high. The most attractive booth was the one for auctioning slaves. There were more than a dozen slaves standing on the platform. There were both men and women among the slaves. But there was no exception. They were all handcuffed and shackled. The female slaves were all beautiful and alluring. As for those male slaves, it was because he was powerful. Next up is a fox spirit, the female cultivator hosting the auction said. The vixen that was about to be auctioned walked to the front. She looked so pitiful and pitiful. This immediately caused many people below to cheer. Lin Feng had seen a lot of slave auctions. Many places had this tradition. Lin Feng and Xia Yulan arrived at the second floor. The goods on the second floor were more expensive. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. There seemed to be a conflict. Many people crowded around him. Lin Feng and the others were also drawn over. In front of a booth, a young cultivator who looked somewhat down and out was arguing with a middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng found out after asking the people around him. It turned out that the young master was in a hurry to use origin crystals. So, 3 days ago, he left an ancestral item at this booth. He exchanged it for a portion of origin crystals from this booth. The young man and the booth owner, who was also the middle-aged man, knew each other. It was said that their ancestors were family friends. The young man even called the middle-aged man uncle. The 2 sides agreed that after 3 days, the young man would take out a portion of origin crystals to redeem the ancestral item. Now, the young man took out the origin crystals he had prepared to redeem his ancestral item. But this uncle went back on his word. He didn't admit to this matter. He even asked the young man to take out the agreement they had signed, because the 2 families were family friends. So, the young man didn't sign an agreement when he exchanged his ancestral treasure for origin crystals. Now, he naturally couldn't take it out. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the secular world. Some people gave this kind of thing a name. It was called scraping. Cultivators in the world of cultivators paid more attention to reputation. Therefore, scraping wasn't particularly common. But it wasn't impossible. Obviously, this young cultivator trusted this so-called uncle too much. Therefore, he was scammed by this uncle. Zhou Chong, I didn't chase you out because our 2 families are family friends. If you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame uncle for falling out with you." The middle-aged cultivator looked coldly at the young man and said, "Since you know we're family friends, why are you still scamming me like this? Do you have any shame?" This young cultivator named Zhou Chong had obviously fallen out with the middle-aged cultivator. Therefore, there was nothing polite in his words. "You reckless thing. Do you think the Zhou family is still the same Zhou family as before? Men, beat this kid half to death, and then throw him out." The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Immediately, two cultivators appeared like ghosts. The middle-aged cultivator's identity was extraordinary. He had booked the entire second floor of the 10,000 treasure tower for business. One could see how capable he was. Bang! One of the guards attacked, throwing a punch at Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong punched him. Zhou Chong was no match for him and was immediately sent flying. The other person appeared behind Zhou Chong. He kicked Zhou Chong. Bang! A second sound was heard. Zhou Chong was directly kicked to the ground. These two people's figures were extremely ghostly. They rushed towards Zhou Chong. They wanted to cripple Zhou Chong. The fickleness of human nature and the hypocrisy of the world. Now, it was vividly displayed here. Whoosh! A light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in front of Zhou Chong. With a light sweep of his right hand, he pushed back the two cultivators who wanted to cripple Zhou Chong. Then he said, "Even if you are greedy for other people's things, there is no need to cripple them, right? Moreover, they are the descendants of an old friend." "Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" The middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. "Little brother, don't meddle in other people's business." This middle-aged man is called Wu Yungue. This fellow's daughter is the most favored concubine of the fire snake star's fifth prince. If you offend this person, you won't have a good ending. Someone secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. "It's fine," Lin Feng replied. He ignored Wu Yungue. Instead, he helped Zhou Chong up. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm fine. Thank you for your help." Zhou Chong cupped his fists. "Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 3389. "Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'll hold these people back. You should leave quickly." Zhou Chong's expression changed slightly when he saw so many people surrounding him fiercely. Lin Feng felt that Zhou Chong was not a bad person. As for this Wu Yungue, he was simply detestable. Lin Feng had the intention to help Zhou Chong. Naturally, he would not leave. Lin Feng's character was like this. If he encountered something he wanted to care about, no one could change him. If he encountered something he did not want to care about, no matter who begged him, Lin Feng would not care. "Brother Zhou, don't worry. They're just a bunch of trash. I can deal with them in a few moves." Lin Feng said, "Who is this kid? How can he be so arrogant?" "I'm afraid he doesn't know Wu Yungue's identity. If he knew Wu Yungue's identity, he probably wouldn't dare to treat Wu Yungue with such an attitude. Wu Yungue is not a kind person. Offending him won't end well." Some of the surrounding cultivators could not help but start discussing. Obviously, in their opinion, Lin Feng, who stood up for Zhou Chong, would definitely not have a good ending. "Capture this kid. I'm going to torture him." Wu Yungue revealed a ferocious look. His eyes were filled with a sinister look. This Wu Yungue relied on the fact that his daughter was the fifth prince's favorite concubine. Therefore, he could do whatever he wanted on the fiery snake star. There was nothing he did not dare to do. "Yes, sir." More than a dozen guards responded. They all attacked. Humph! Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. His eyes suddenly turned cold. A cold aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. That cold aura was suffocating. Plop, plop, plop. Next, one by one, the cultivators could not withstand the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their faces were as pale as a sheet. It was only now that they realized how powerful and terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Feng walked towards Wu Yungui step by step, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Wu Yungui's cultivation was very ordinary. So, when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he was completely scared silly. He kept retreating. I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. This is the fire snake star, and my son-in-law is the fifth prince. Moreover, our Wu family has many experts. If you dare to act recklessly, no one can save you. When Wu Yungui thought of the fifth prince and the Wu clan's strength, he felt much more confident. He then began to threaten Lin Feng. Kneel. Lin Feng stared coldly at Wu Yungui as a terrifying aura emanated from him. After that terrifying aura enveloped Wu Yungui simply couldn't bear it. There was a thump. Wu Yungui also knelt on the ground. Ah, little bastard, you dare to humiliate me like this? You're dead. You're dead. Wu Yungui usually relied on his reputation as the fifth prince. So who dared to provoke him? Now that he was being humiliated like this, he immediately found it hard to accept and began to curse loudly. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You reckless thing! An ant like you dares to jump around in front of this young master? You must be tired of living. I'll give you a chance now. Hand over Zhou Chang's item, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, you'll die." The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all shocked. No one expected Lin Feng, who looked so young, to be so powerful. And he really dared to deal with Wu Yungui so brazenly. As a result, both sides had completely fallen out. "I'll hand it over." Wu Yungui gritted his teeth and said he was very cooperative with Lin Feng. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely surprised. This Wu Yungui had just threatened him with a fierce look, saying that he was dead. So, Lin Feng originally thought that Wu Yungui would not cooperate honestly, but Wu Yungui did not do so. This caused Lin Feng to have a higher opinion of Wu Yungui. This person was able to bend and stand tall. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The only pity was that a person with such a character was a despicable and shameless bastard who even coveted the things of his old friend's descendants. Lin Feng removed the terrifying aura that suppressed Wu Yungui, and Wu Yungui hurriedly took out a compass. That compass was very simple and unadorned. It should be Zhou Chang's ancestral treasure. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect Zhou Chang's ancestral treasure to be a compass. After Wu Yungui took out the compass, he directly threw it to Zhou Chang. "Get lost!" Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Wu Yungui was suddenly thrown dozens of meters away. Bang! His head smashed into a pillar, causing blood to flow from his head as he fainted. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a sneer. He deliberately did what he did just now. This Wu Yungui was not a good person. It was better to directly turn him into an idiot. Lin Feng only promised to spare Wu Yungui's life. But he did not say that he would not beat Wu Yungui into an idiot. Moreover, after Lin Feng had beaten Wu Yungui until he was an idiot, Lin Feng had drawn all the hatred towards him. When the time came, the person behind Wu Yungui would come to seek revenge. Solve it all together. There was no need to worry about Zhou Chang being retaliated against. Brother, take advantage of the fact that Wu Yungui's people have not reacted in time and quickly leave the fire snake star. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be killed. Zhou Chong looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Brother Zhou, don't worry about me. To me, this is just a matter that can be solved easily. Lin Feng said. Many people could not help but be shocked by Lin Feng's calm temperament. This young master is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid he has an extremely shocking origin. Many people could not help but think in their hearts. Zhou Chong was also slightly stunned. He also felt more and more that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Brother, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Zhou Chong cupped his fists and said, Let's hear it. Lin Feng said, My grandfather is on the verge of death. I hope that brother can follow me to take a look. In the future, I will be an ox or a horse for you to command. Zhou Chong said, Brother Zhou, you don't have to be so polite. Please lead the way. Lin Feng said, Brother, follow me. Zhou Chong was delighted and continued. He led the way in front, while Lin Feng and Xia Yulan followed Zhou Chong and left the Thousand Treasure Tower together. Along the way, Lin Feng and Zhou Chong chatted about many things. After some understanding, they found out that Zhou Chong's family was also a famous and powerful clan. Unfortunately, in his great-grandfather's generation, the core teachings were lost along with his great-grandfather's death. In addition, when his great-grandfather died, Zhou Chong's grandfather returned with serious injuries. This caused their clan to completely decline. The Fire Snake Star's royal family took the opportunity to suppress the Zhou family. The Zhou family fell apart, and many of the clansmen left the Fire Snake Star. Chapter 3390. Lin Feng followed Zhou Chong to the Zhou family's mansion. The Zhou family's mansion was several hundred mu in size. However, due to years of disrepair, it looked rather dilapidated. Lin Feng was astonished. It was such a large courtyard. If he sold it, he would definitely be able to get a lot of origin crystals. However, Zhou Chong looked rather down and out. Since the Zhou family's mansion was empty, why didn't he sell it? Zhou Chong seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He said, Grandfather had a wish, and that was to die in the Zhou family's mansion. Therefore, over the years, no matter how difficult it was, he never had any intention of selling it. Do you know the details of what happened in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That battle. Zhou Chong's great-grandfather fell, and Zhou Chong's grandfather returned with heavy injuries. Zhou Chong's parents also died tragically in that battle. However, Zhou Chong was still young at that time. That was something that happened almost 100 years ago. Zhou Chong said, Grandfather didn't mention a single word about what happened in the past. I'm afraid there's some secret behind it. Lin Feng nodded. Zhou Chong's grandfather didn't mention what happened in the past. Furthermore, Zhou Chong's grandfather was someone who had experienced it. One could imagine that the incident back then was definitely not simple. Lin Feng and Xia Yulan followed Zhou Chong into the Zhou family's courtyard. Young master, you're back. After passing through the many courtyards, Lin Feng saw a lame old servant. This old servant was the only clansman in the Zhou family apart from Zhou Chong and Zhou Chong's grandfather. Zhou Chong had never treated this old servant as a servant. Instead, he treated this old servant as his own relative. Back then, Zhou Chong's father had been raised by this old servant. However, everything had changed. It made one sigh. Third grandfather. I'll bring my 2 friends to see grandfather, Zhou Chong said. This old servant had been in the Zhou family for many years, and he was the 3rd child. Now, Zhou Chong addressed him as third grandfather. From this, one could see how important this old servant was to Zhou Chong. All right, go, the old servant said. The 3 of them continued to walk deeper into the courtyard. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Lin Feng sensed the aura of the earth fire. Previously, I left my ancestral treasure with Wu Yungue because I wanted to gather some spiritual herbs for grandfather. Grandfather's condition is extremely bad. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this point, Zhou Chong could not help but sigh. Not necessarily. I'll take a closer look later. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. Lin Feng said. Zhou Chong nodded. Under Zhou Chong's guidance, Lin Feng and Xia Yulan arrived at a special room. This was a room with earth fire. There was a passageway that was connected to the earth fire gushing out from underground. An old man was lying on a stone bed, motionless. That old man was obviously Zhou Chong's grandfather, although this was the earth fire room. However, after entering the room, Lin Feng felt that the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped. There was even a hint of coldness. The problem lay with Zhou Chong's grandfather. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lin. Zhou Chong cupped his fists and said. He was extremely worried. He was worried that Lin Feng would not be able to cure his grandfather. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the old man who had fainted on the bed. Lin Feng used his divine sense to probe the old man. He carefully examined the situation of Zhou Chong's grandfather. Immediately, he discovered a large amount of coldine energy in Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian. This coldine energy was extremely terrifying. It directly froze Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian and 8 extraordinary meridians. If not for Zhou Chong's grandfather's powerful cultivation, perhaps he would have died countless times already. Brother Lin, is there a way to cure grandfather? Zhou Chong looked nervously at Lin Feng. There should be a way. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Zhou Chong was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. Ever since his parents died, Zhou Chong's direct descendant, only his grandfather was left. Zhou Chong naturally could not bear to see his grandfather die. Don't make any noise. Lin Feng said. Zhou Chong and Xia Yulan quickly nodded. They did not dare to make any noise. Lin Feng began to dissolve the terrifying coldine energy in Zhou Chong's grandfather's body. If it were someone else, they might not be able to dissolve this terrifying coldine energy. If they forcefully dissolved it, they might even lose their lives. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. This time, Lin Feng planned to use the heavenly fire to dissolve the terrifying coldine energy in Zhou Chong's grandfather's body. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A purple earthgore flame flew out and merged into Zhou Chong's grandfather's body. Lin Feng also had a stronger heavenly fire. However, he did not use it. This was because Lin Feng felt Zhou Chong's grandfather had been corroded by the coldine energy for many years. His situation was not good. If he used the stronger heavenly fire, his body might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Lin Feng used the weaker purple earthcore flame. Ancestor of Coldine. Ancestor of Coldine. Not long after the heavenly fire entered his body, a cold voice came from Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian. Following that, endless amounts of cold air gushed out. A terrifying existence appeared in the cold air. That existence was shrouded in the cold air, and his body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The cold air in Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian had actually given birth to its own spirituality. This kind of cold air was truly terrifying. No wonder Zhou Chong's grandfather was unable to restrain the cold air in his body. The ancestor of cold, Yin, wanted to rush out and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What ancestor of Coldine? In front of me, it is simply unable to withstand a single blow." The purple earthgore flame flew directly towards the ancestor of Coldine. This ancestor of Coldeen was indeed very powerful. However, everything had its own counter. The ancestor of Coldeen was destined to be restrained by Lin Feng's purple earthgore flame. Whoosh, 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 soon. The purple earthgore flame surrounded the ancestor of Coldeen. Then it began to burn fiercely. The ancestor of Coldeen continued to struggle, but was unable to resist the purple earthgore flame. No, why is it like this? The ancestor of Coldeen roared unwillingly. He struggled with all his might. However, he struggled many times, but to no avail. In the end, this ancestor of Coldeen was refined to death by the purple earthgore flame. After the ancestor of Coldeen died, the cold air in Zhou Chang's grandfather's body began to gradually dissolve. For hours later, the cold air in Zhou Chang's grandfather's body was completely refined. Zhou Chang's grandfather. He opened his eyes. It was just that he was still relatively weak. "Grandfather, you're finally awake." Zhou Chang was extremely excited as he knelt by the bed. This old man is actually not dead. Zhou Chang's grandfather's expression was full of disbelief. It was this brother Lin who saved grandfather. Zhou Chang said. Zhou Chang's grandfather looked at Lin Feng and struggled to get up. Zhou Chang hurriedly got up and helped his grandfather up. "Thank you, little friend, for saving me." Zhou Chang's grandfather thanked him. "Old man, you're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Zhou Chang and that brat, get out here and die." At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Chapter 33, 91. Lin Feng smiled faintly when he heard the voice filled with killing intent. "Looks like these people are slower than expected. Let's go and see what's going on outside." Zhou Chang's grandfather didn't know much about what had happened, but he knew that the people outside didn't have good intentions when he heard the curses. However, he had just woken up and his body was still very weak. Thus, he couldn't help much. Zhou Chang's grandfather said, "Be careful." "We will," Lin Feng said. Then he walked out with Zhou Chang and Xia Yulan. When they arrived outside, they saw dozens of cultivators floating in the air not far away. This group of people didn't hide their auras. Their arrival, they attracted the attention of many people. Thus, many cultivators gathered to watch the show. "They're all from the Wu clan," Zhou Chang whispered. At this moment, the group of Wu clan members saw Lin Feng and the other two. They quickly flew over, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're finally here. Have you decided how you want to die?" The leader of the Wu clan members said coldly. This person was a 7th heavenly layer god emperor cultivator. He was very strong. He glanced at Lin Feng and the other two, his eyes filled with killing intent. "This person is called Wu Yunfan. He's one of the 3 god emperors in the Wu clan. The other 2 god emperors are the Wu clan patriarch, Wu Moya. The other is the Wu clan ancestor, Wu Qingfeng. However, it's said that Wu Qingfeng left the fire snake star a few hundred years ago and hasn't returned yet. The Wu clan patriarch, Wu Moya, is also in seclusion. The current leader of the Wu clan is Wu Yunfan." Zhou Chang whispered. Lin Feng said, "He's just a small character. Don't worry." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Chang's mouth twitched. A 7th heaven god emperor realm expert. In front of this brother Lin, he was just a small character. This brother Lin was too strong, wasn't he? What kind of character could be considered a big character in front of this brother Lin? Zhou Chang did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had a special temperament that made Zhou Chang believe everything that Lin Feng said. Even if Lin Feng called a cultivator of the 7th heavenly supreme god layer a nobody, Zhou Chang was also convinced. "Brat, do you know that you are courting death?" The conversation between Lin Feng and Zhou Chong naturally didn't escape the ears of Wu Yunfan, a seventh heavenly layer god emperor expert. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Yunfan's face instantly turned gloomy, and he couldn't help but shout coldly. Wu Yunfan was a big shot on the fire snake star. Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator, actually looked down on him. Wu Yunfan was naturally infuriated. The Wu family members looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Now, before this young master gets angry, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, this young master will make you regret coming to this place. Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were simply too arrogant. Wu Yunfan was so angry that his face turned green. In his opinion, he, a seventh heavenly layer god emperor expert, was actually being looked down on by Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. You don't know life from death. Since you are in such a hurry to die, this seat will fulfill your wish. Wu Yunfan's voice was extremely cold. Across the void, Wu Yunfan sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. A giant energy handprint was formed. That huge energy palm struck towards Lin Feng. That gigantic hand was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The huge energy palm formed by Wu Yunfan was directly shattered by an invisible force. Wu Yunfan's expression abruptly changed. Lin Feng's casual strike had actually broken his attack. This made Wu Yunfan feel a trace of danger. How is this possible? Those from the Wu family looked as though they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng was so young. His quasi-emperor realm cultivation was already inconceivable to them. But now, Lin Feng had easily broken Wu Yunfan's attack. This was simply too inconceivable. Xia Yulan had previously seen Lin Feng instantly kill 3 divine eaters. Thus, she wasn't surprised by Lin Feng's strength. However, this was the first time she saw Lin Feng display such terrifying strength. She couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. Now it's my turn to attack, Lin Feng said indifferently. He raised his right hand in the void. With a light stroke, Wang. In an instant, a dazzling sword qi condensed into form. It directly slashed towards Wu Yunfan. The sword energy instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Wu Yunfan. Wu Yunfan's expression couldn't help but change greatly. He hurriedly took out a defensive treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. That defensive treasure was called the Mixed Element Shield. It fused with the sky crystal. Its defensive power was extremely tyrannical. It could block the attacks of immortal emperors. However, the Mixed Element Shield wasn't able to block Lin Feng's attack. Uft! The sound of something being torn apart. It suddenly sounded. The Mixed Element Shield was directly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword energy. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression abruptly changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Uft! The sound of something being torn apart rang out again. This time, Lin Feng's sword energy directly pierced through Wu Yunfan's dantian. Ah! Wu Yunfan screamed as his body fell down. My dantian! My dantian! You actually destroyed my dantian. Wu Yunfan couldn't help but scream. If Lin Feng wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But Lin Feng didn't kill Wu Yunfan. There was nothing more painful than crippling an expert, killing him. Instead, it was easy for him. Seeing this scene, the Wu family members were completely dumbfounded. Wu Yunfan was a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert, but he was destroyed by a young cultivator in one move. It was like a legend. The Wu clan cultivators, who had been arrogant before, were now all pale and trembling in fear. "Take this person and scram." Lin Feng said coldly, "Yes, yes, yes, we'll scram. We'll scram right now." The Wu family members hurriedly said. They didn't dare to hesitate. They took the crippled Wu Yunfan and hurriedly left. What happened in the Zhou family's residence quickly spread out. It caused a huge uproar. Many people flew towards the Zhou family's residence. They wanted to see who crippled Wu Yunfan. The situation has changed. A war is about to start. Some of the martial emperors in the Fire Serpent cities said. Those emperors knew. The Wu family members. Chapter 3392. Zhou Chang's grandfather was called Zhou Ziyuan. At his peak, he was also an immortal emperor-level expert, and he was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. He was very strong, so he recovered quickly. When the Wu clan people left, Lin Feng and the other two returned to Zhou Ziyuan's room. He was already able to move. Zhou Ziyuan also saw Lin Feng crippling Wu Yunfan, who was a seventh heaven god emperor, with one move. He was also shocked by Lin Feng's powerful battle strength. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh, "Little friend, such an outstanding talent. It's really rare." Lin Feng said, "Senior, you praise me too much." Zhou Ziyuan smiled, then looked at Zhou Chong and said, "Chong, it's been hard on you all these years. Grandson didn't suffer. To be able to see grandfather recover, everything was worth it." Zhou Chong said. Zhou Ziyuan patted Zhou Chong's shoulder and said, "Chong, take out the compass passed down by our ancestors." Hearing this, Zhou Chong didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly took out the compass. Things like compasses were very common. When traveling in the universe, one needed to use a compass. This was because the compass could determine the position in the universe. It was very magical. Lin Feng also had a compass. Almost every cultivator who traveled through the starry skies would prepare a few compasses and carry them with them. This compass, it's called the heart compass. Rumor has it that no matter where you want to go, you can use this compass to determine the position. Zhou Ziyuan said, "What? There's such a compass?" Hearing Zhou Ziyuan's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was too extraordinary. It was simply unbelievable. If it was really as Zhou Ziyuan said, with this compass, wouldn't it mean that he could go wherever he wanted to go? Is this true? Does this compass really have such a powerful ability? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It should be true. I once saw an ancestor use this compass. However, to use this compass, it seems that some secret techniques are needed. Zhou Ziyuan said. Secret techniques? Doesn't the Zhou clan have these secret techniques? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Zhou Ziyuan shook his head and said, "When I was young, I heard from my elders that this kind of secret technique is very special and needs to be comprehended. The secret technique that everyone obtains is different, and the more powerful the secret technique that one obtains, the more accurate the compass will be." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. This compass was too extraordinary. In fact, Lin Feng had long been tempted. If he could comprehend the secret technique of the compass, then wouldn't he be able to use this compass to go to many places he wanted to go? Heart compass, the compass that allows one's wishes to come true, even if he didn't know where that place was. However, as long as he thought of that place in his heart, he would be able to use the heart compass to locate the location of that place. This was how extraordinary the heart plate was. Leaving this compass with us would only be a waste of it. Young friend, you're young, but your talent, strength, and character are unquestionable. Giving this compass to you can be considered as finding a good home for it, Zhou Ziyuan said as he handed the compass to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Ziyuan to give this compass to him. such a precious compass, and an ancestral treasure. He gave it away just like that. He was really open-minded. Thank you, Elder. Lin Feng took the compass. He really wanted this compass. Since Zhou Ziyuan gave it to him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Feng was a straightforward person. If he wanted it, then he wanted it. Since he wanted it, then he would accept it. Zhou Ziyuan said, "Young friend, you don't have to be so polite. However, now that Wu Yunfan has been crippled, I'm afraid the Wu family won't let this matter rest. Although young friend is strong, you still have to be careful." Lin Feng said, "Elder, don't worry. I'll be careful." Next, Lin Feng asked Zhou Ziyuan about the heart compass in detail. They chatted for about 2 hours. Lin Feng said his goodbyes and left. After Lin Feng and Xia Yulan left the Zhou family, they found many cultivators gathered outside. "Look, it's that person. He crippled Wu Yunfan in one move." Someone pointed at Lin Feng. In the previous battle, there were cultivators watching from afar. Those people saw with their own eyes how Lin Feng crippled Wu Yunfan in one move. So this news, it was also spread by those who were watching the show. And now, the cultivator who pointed at Lin Feng was one of the cultivators who were watching the show. Isn't he too young? Someone couldn't help but say they could sense Lin Feng's life aura. His lifespan was less than 100 years. Such a young cultivator actually crippled a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert in one move. It was like a fantasy story. However, this fairy tale-like thing actually happened. This person seems to be a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor crippled a 7th heavenly layer god emperor cultivator in one move. This isn't a fairy tale. Someone continued to say they still felt that the previous rumor wasn't true. Lin Feng was too young, and he was also a quasi-emperor. They couldn't believe that Wu Yunfan was crippled by Lin Feng. In this world, there are always monstrous existences that surpass our understanding. Someone said, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those cultivators. He quickly left with Xia Yulan. Is there really such a magical compass in this world? On the way, Xia Yulan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng said, maybe, after all, it's an ancestral treasure of the Zhou family. But it does sound incredible. Now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to study this compass. If he could obtain the secret to activating the compass, then it would be heaven-defying. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng returned to his room to study the compass. Wang Lui had also heard about what had happened outside, and the news had spread like wildfire. He personally came to ask Xia Yulan about what happened. Naturally, Xia Yulan told him everything she knew. However, she didn't mention the matter of the heart plate. This was because the heart compass was too important. Xia Yulan was worried that if she told him about the heart compass, it would cause unnecessary trouble. This Lin Gongzi is really a sentimental person. Wang Lui couldn't help but sigh. Many people felt that the Wu family would definitely take revenge on Lin Feng. However, the Wu family didn't make any moves, which surprised everyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The heart compass was mysterious. Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the secret of the heart compass. He kept the heart compass. Then he followed Wang Lui and the rest to meet up with the other 4 major powers. The cultivators of the 5 major powers boarded the ancient starship and left the Fire Snake Star. Chapter 3393. In this world of stars, there was a mysterious starfield. This starfield was called the Immortal Burial Starfield. This starfield was extremely dangerous. It was simply full of dangers. Therefore, very few people would come to this starfield, because if they came here, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, naturally, No one was willing to take the risk. In the celestial burial star field, there were many huge stars. Many of the stars were destructive stars, containing a powerful destructive force. Cultivators were not allowed to casually step onto the stars of destruction, because once they boarded those destructive stars were very likely to self-destruct. At that time, the cultivators who boarded those destructive stars would not be able to escape in time and would be destroyed along with the destructive stars. It was precisely because of this that even if they knew that there might be amazing opportunities in some places of the immortal burial starfield, however, very few cultivators entered the immortal burial starfield to look for opportunities. The starfield world was so huge. There were too many places with opportunities. However, the immortal burial starfield was so dangerous. There was no need to take the risk to come here. The ancient starship flew quickly in the immortal burial starfield. It was as fast as lightning. It quickly crossed the starfield world. In the end, the ancient starship stopped in front of a star. That star was surrounded by a terrifying destructive force. If one approached it rashly, they would definitely suffer. It should be here. However, the destructive force here is very powerful. Everyone, be careful. Lu Yixiang could not help but remind them. Everyone nodded. Then, the ancient starship landed on this planet. After passing through layers of destructive force, they finally landed on this planet. This was a dry planet. The aura of death was everywhere. One could see the towering ancient trees that had long withered. One could also see the dried-up rivers. Take out the tokens that everyone has, Situ Lei said. Then, Wang Lui, Lu Yixiang, Situ Lei, Zhang Yaoquan, and Shangguan Xuanchuan all took out the incomplete tokens that they had. After the 5 incomplete tokens sensed each other's aura, they all flew into the air. Then, the 5 incomplete tokens merged into one. The 2 tokens seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force. They quickly flew towards the depths. Go, follow them, Situ Lei said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone moved quickly. He followed behind the token. Everyone crossed the dry sea, the withered primitive forest, the endless desert, and the cold snowfield. Finally, they arrived at a bonesy world. As far as the eye could see, endless skeletons. He didn't know how many there were. Where is this place? So many living beings have died. Everyone was extremely shocked. There were too many skeletons in this place. What kind of terrifying battle had taken place back then? Was that why so many living beings had died? In the distance, a war spear stabbed into the ground. Every spear contained a terrifying wave of energy that could destroy the world. With a light sweep of the spear, it was as if it could collapse the world of the void. It was so powerful. It was shocking. A battle spear left behind by an expert, a cultivator, said excitedly, and quickly rushed towards the war spear. When the cultivator approached the spear, within the war spear, endless fighting spirit burst forth. That terrifying battle intent shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It enveloped the cultivator, who was rushing over. Poof! The cultivator's body was instantly pierced through by the terrifying battle intent surging from the battle spear. Then, the cultivator fell to the ground on his back and died. Just the battle intent emitted from the battle spear was enough to kill a peak quasi-emperor expert. This is too unbelievable. Many people were shocked. The power of the war spear was too powerful. It made many people palpitate with excitement. But in the face of such a terrifying war spear, not everyone dared to make a move. Situ Lei stepped out. He was an expert of the immortal emperor realm, and his battle strength was powerful. He wanted to go over and collect the war spear. Situ Lei was quickly approaching the war spear. Buzz! Just like before, a terrifying battle intent surged from the war spear. And this time, the terrifying battle intent surging from the war spear directly blasted towards Situlay. Situlay's cultivation was tyrannical. He unleashed a powerful supernatural power. He blocked the terrifying battle intent surging from the war spear. Situlay was quickly approaching the war spear. Finally, he came to the war spear and then reached out to grab it. But at this moment, a bang was heard. The war spear was actually shattered. Everyone was very surprised and did not expect this scene at all. The war spear actually broke on its own. It was really unbelievable. Damn it, Situlay could not help but curse. It was not easy to get close to the war spear, and he was about to collect this powerful war spear. But something like the war spear breaking happened. Situlay was naturally very depressed. It's been too long. It's enough to destroy everything. Even this powerful war spear is no exception. This war spear was not damaged before, perhaps because of the powerful battle intent in the war spear. Brother Situ approached the war spear and broke the battle intent in the war spear, so the war spear was damaged. Zhang Yaoquan said. Everyone agreed with Zhang Yaoquan's point of view. Buzz. At this time, the token that was originally suspended in midair vibrated with an amazing fluctuation. Then the token continued to fly deeper. It was extremely fast. Everyone followed closely behind the token. Along the way, they saw all kinds of skeletons in the Bone Sea world. Some skeletons were similar to human skeletons. Some skeletons had wings on their backs and horns on their foreheads. Some skeletons were abnormally huge, and it was unknown what kind of skeletons they were. Endless skeletons, all kinds of different races. On the ground were magic treasures that had been destroyed by time. All of this was enough to show how tragic the battle back then was. A day later, everyone saw a continuous mountain range appear in their line of sight. Within the mountain range, there were also white bones. The token flew into the mountain range. Everyone flew into the mountain range. When they entered the range of the mountain range, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and terrifying aura enveloping his entire body. This caused his heart to tremble involuntarily. Lin Feng pinched his fingers and calculated. He felt that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "This is a place of absolute death. We can't stay here. Let's go quickly." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and rushed out without thinking. How can there be no danger in the immortal graveyard? A cultivator sneered. Lin Feng did not care what these people thought. He quickly rushed out of the mountain range. Wang Lui and the others hesitated for a moment, but also followed Lin Feng and quickly flew out. They had just left the mountain range. Suddenly, Chapter 33:94. Who dares to trespass into the paradise of the dead? Suddenly, a deep roar could be heard. It contained a monstrous killing intent. The skeletal creatures had all come back to life. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, as if they were evil spirits that had been revived. They were so powerful. There were so many of them, so densely packed that it was unknown how many skeletal creatures there were. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the cultivators from the 4 major factions who were surrounded in the mountain range changed abruptly. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. It was simply too despairing. They regretted that they hadn't listened to Lin Feng. Wang Lui and the others were incomparably glad because they had rushed out with Lin Feng. The immortal graveyard is actually so dangerous. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the opportunities here. Wang Lui couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he was also someone who had seen the world. This kind of situation was actually not rare. Opportunities and dangers often coexisted. Even though he knew that there were many opportunities, he still didn't know where they were. But even if they paid the price with their lives, they might not be able to obtain them. At this time, one should be a smart person. Quickly leave. That way, one could still keep their life. As long as they were alive, there was still hope, even if they had to give up this opportunity. But there were still many opportunities that could be fought for. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Wang Lui and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed behind Lin Feng and flew out. In the mountain range, the skeletal creatures had already begun to surround and attack the cultivators from the four major factions. In the end, it was unknown how many people from the four major factions would be able to escape alive. But one could imagine that this would definitely be an extremely tragic battle. Lin Feng and the others hadn't even left yet. Then, something terrible happened. In the world of bones outside, the skeletons came back to life one after another. All of them turned into skeletal creatures. This is the world of the dead, the paradise of the dead. If any living thing dares to enter, they will all die. One by one, the skeletal creatures spoke in a cold voice. Their eyes were filled with a monstrous, murderous intent. Those skeletons were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at full speed. Seeing the overwhelming number of skeletons, the faces of Wang Lui and the others turned as pale as paper. The situation in front of them, it was truly despairing. These skeletons are not as strong as the skeletons in the mountain range. Everyone, follow them closely, don't lose them. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly moved closer to Lin Feng. Prehistoric demon refining insects. Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, hordes of primitive demon refining insects rushed out at high speed. Those desolate demon refining insects were extremely powerful. They charged directly at the skeletons. Wherever the primordial demon refining insect passed, bone dust flew everywhere. Countless skeletons were gnawed into piles of white bone powder by those bugs. What a powerful swarm! Everyone was shocked. Facing such a powerful insect swarm, even some high-level great emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be difficult for them to deal with it. No one expected Lin Feng to have such a terrifying technique, with the help of the primitive demon refining insects. In the end, Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the Bone Sea realm. The skeletons in the Bone Sea realm seemed to be unable to leave the Bone Sea realm. As for the fate of the cultivators from the other four forces, no one knew. Lin Feng didn't have the time to consider the fate of a group of strangers. When they left earlier, he reminded everyone that the mountain range was too dangerous, and they had to leave quickly. He had already done his duty. However, they didn't listen. Lin Feng had no choice. The loss this time is too great. Wang Lui sighed. Many of them had died, but they didn't get anything. That was why Wang Lui said that the loss was too great. That's how cultivation is. It's unrealistic to think that we can get an opportunity every time we move. Lin Feng said. Lin Gongzi, you're right. Wang Lui couldn't help but cup his fists. Lin Feng said, let's part ways here. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and left. Lin Gongzi. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Xia Yulan suddenly felt a deep sense of reluctance. She couldn't help but call out. Lin Feng stopped and looked at Xia Yulan. Although Xia Yulan hadn't been with him for a long time, Lin Feng still liked her. Her appearance was only one aspect. Lin Feng liked Xia Yulan's personality. However, Lin Feng had too many things to do. He wouldn't stop for a woman. He had too many responsibilities. He wouldn't allow himself to do so. Will we meet again in the future? Xia Yulan asked. If fate wills it, we'll definitely meet again. Lin Feng said. Xia Yulan nodded and said, I look forward to our reunion. Everyone present could see that Xia Yulan was deeply in love with Lin Feng. However, they couldn't say anything about it. Lin Feng turned around and left. Wang Lui and the others didn't stay and quickly left as well. Lin Feng didn't leave the planet. He returned to the edge of the Bone Sea realm and looked into its depths. An immortal was buried here. Lin Feng didn't want to leave just like that. He didn't know if there would be any other unforeseen events. Until now, the skeletons of the Bone Sea realm hadn't quieted down yet. The great battle in the depths was still ongoing. Now wasn't the time to enter. Lin Feng planned to wait until the skeletons had quieted down. He had to think of a way to hide his aura, then sneak in again. Not long after, the fluctuations in the depths disappeared. The great battle has stopped. I wonder if the people from the four great powers have been completely annihilated, or perhaps there are still some experts who managed to escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Roar! Roar! The skeletons of the Bone Sea realm couldn't help but let out a series of earth-shattering roars. The skeletal beings gathered together and roared continuously. The void was about to collapse from the tremors. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, causing the void to crack. It was a demonic hand. It had appeared from the crack in the void. When Lin Feng saw the demonic hand, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was the demonic hand that had been suppressed by the Undying clan in Jiuzhou. Back then, Lin Feng had inadvertently released it. Later on, it had left Jiuzhou and disappeared without a trace. Now, it had actually appeared in this place. Lin Feng was very surprised. After the demonic hand appeared, it didn't stop and directly flew into the Bone Sea realm. What is the demonic hand doing here?